About yourself.
Hey, I'm Alan.
Wow, good to see you.
We're on the agenda later this evening.
She likes to dance. One like stage the love light in his eye. Don't tell me you That's great. I tell you what, if they recognize me, if you want me to sing. All right.
Hey, yes, you're welcome. I just wanted you to know that. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
What is his name? Huh? Alan Coleman. He spoke to me about me. I can't see good. He's speaking What's up? Get around here. When he gets ready, I'm gonna move you up there. Oh, take care of you.
Good evening, good evening. Thank you so much. I want to go ahead and call this regular scheduled council meeting to order for August 12th, 2025. Can you hear me now? All right. Can you hear me now? That's the best I can do right now. All right. Thank you for being here. I want to welcome all of you. Raise your hand if you've never been to a town council meeting before. All right. Let me tell you the rules. You got to stay here to the very end. Yep. All right. Just to let you know. They're not smiling at all. Wow. Now, welcome. We got a lot to cover.
Now, but...
right.
11 p.m. We'll see.
We do have a lot to cover tonight on the agenda, so we ask for your patience. I do want to share with my colleagues. It's been a break, and I hope you had a good break in July, and we're back at it again. So what I want to do now is roll into the invocation. And during this time, we either do a prayer, a word of encouragement, or anything. So what I want to do tonight is talk about, we've experienced so much in the past week, last week, with all the storms. We have a sinkhole in town. And we've had to navigate around it, and that's what we do with obstacles in Apex. We just keep moving forward. And there's a lot that we can be grateful for. And what I want to do tonight is have each and every one of you to just take 30 seconds to yourself and think about the good things you have in your life. All right? So we're going to take 30 seconds together. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. God is good, life is good. All right. If you are able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we'll move right into the agenda. We'll go with the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any recommendations on the consent agenda?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to move the consent number 10 to next week's meeting for new business.
All right.
Next
regular
council meeting.
Oh, next council meeting in 2 weeks, sorry. Yeah,
Which is
the
August
26th.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, noted with that change, is there a motion to approve with that change?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Zegerman, motion.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we'll move now to updates by Manager Bosberg.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got quite a bit to cover, actually. We had a little break over July from council meetings, but none of the action stopped while we were on break. So I want to start first. There's an actual item listed on the agenda, which is a Unified Development Ordinance discussion related to artificial turf. I've talked to you individually about this topic, so you have the background. I'm happy to go into as much detail as you would like this evening. Basically, we're looking for direction if council is interested in pursuing an amendment to our UDO that would allow for artificial turf. If we get direction for that, we will get those meetings scheduled. I think we're talking sometime in September we would do that. The issue at hand, we had a local business that came forward, utilized artificial turf in their parking area in the medians. I believe many of you have been out to the site to see that. It was done in conflict with our UDO. It currently does not allow for the installation of artificial turf. So we are looking for direction. The two items, there are two issues that it comes down to on artificial turf. If the change is to be pursued, we would look at drainage issues and then kind of aesthetics issues on that. And so we've been able to talk through what it would look like from a drainage perspective. It all depends on how you install the artificial turf, if it's considered pervious or not pervious, meaning for those that are listening, water goes through it or not. And so it can affect your stormwater calculations and your drainage. which, as the mayor pointed out, is a hot topic now. So working through any drainage issues that may come up with that. And then the second is really an aesthetics issue, the appearance of the artificial turf, the requirement for live material in our medians within parking lots. So we are interested before we draft that amendment to see if there's a desire to go forward with that amendment.
Quick question before
Yes,
you
sir.
go there. Before we make a decision, are we going to hear from that business in question?
I don't know if they're present. We told them the item was coming up tonight, but I'm not sure if their representatives from that business are here.
Okay, because the reason I asked that question, I think it's an important part of this discussion, and because I'm sure they have a story, they have their side of it, so I would like for them to be represented in that way.
I respectfully disagree. I think this is a case where somebody, right, whether it's a business or a resident, kind of irrespective, has knowingly installed something that was, that they were advised was not in accordance to our UDO. They went ahead and did it anyway. For us to even consider changing our laws because of somebody knowingly violating said laws, I think sets a terrible practice and a terrible precedent. We are here to set and enforce the laws for the town. We cannot pick and choose who gets to adhere to those laws and who doesn't, right? Or react in a way that we go accommodate the law or change the law to accommodate a single individual or business. And so for those reasons alone, right, even if the applicant has a great story, I think we should not consider this UDO amendment.
Appreciate your feedback respectfully. Do you know what due process means? I think when you're trying to make a decision, I have spoken with the business in question. I think we should do our due diligence and get all sides of the story.
That's that business. They have not yet reached out to me, at least they're not on my calendar. That being said, I'm glad to hear their story, but for us to jump to an UDO amendment before those conversations have taken place, I think is premature at best.
And I'm all in agreement with that. I would just like to have a discussion, each council member, to consider a discussion with them before moving to a UDO decision.
That's fine. I spoke to the town clerk this morning. I offered my time to have that conversation. So I'm welcoming the conversation, but again, the manager is looking for direction right now, and my direction as it stands tonight is not to consider a UDO amendment.
Would you be willing to consider it in the future after the conversation?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, I think that's fair. Anybody else?
I am not in support of a change in our UDO for installing artificial turf. I would love to know why they thought it was appropriate to go ahead and violate our UDO before this was even considered. So this is completely inappropriate. So,
Which is why I'm encouraging a conversation with the other side, respectfully.
there's an ordinance in place. They violated the ordinance.
Understood.
They actually should be paying fines right now for violating that ordinance.
I'm asking you to get the other side of the story. That's all I'm asking.
The other side of the story is they violated our ordinance.
All right, we're going to move forward. What's the pleasure of the other council?
I'm not sure if we want to consider a motion.
Before we start down that path of drafting a change and bringing it and going through the whole process, we wanted to make sure there was an appetite for that change. And I guess maybe let me reframe it a little bit. Right now, we do have a property that is in violation. We issued a civil penalty for proceeding without proper plans. So that penalty is still pending with them, but we've held off on kind of the remediation of that violation. So the turf is still in place. We haven't asked them to remove that turf pending this discussion or the outcome from council. We also have not proceeded with any kind of daily fines at this point. So if tonight we are given direction that we don't want to go forward with a change, we will need to start looking at how we bring that property into compliance. So we'll start to work with the property owners on what that looks like.
And for the sake of the discussion of starting off this process, could you remind those in the room kind of what is the UDO amendment process? Because if it's a long and arduous one, that's something that we've got to at least balance out before we move forward.
I'll defer to staff to give you the exact process, but it is a few months. It'll need to go, in this case, it may not have to go to the planning, but is that not?
So the only public hearing is at, only public hearing is at council, but it does go to the planning board for recommendation. And there's, and it may be that the property owner could be the applicant for this one. There's a application and there's a schedule that is followed. I don't know why that's so loud.
So we can have the property owner can make an application, ask for a UDO change, and then initiate the process that way. And with regard to trying to get a sense as to whether or not there's an appetite to move forward, I mean, it would be helpful to me to know whether or not we have more than one business that's asking. I mean, if we have a bunch of businesses asking, then that might be a basis for an initiation. But if we just have one, they can take advantage of the application process.
I'm only aware of the one. I'll ask staff if anyone's approached. Okay. I'm seeing no's, so the only one we're aware of is
Not that we're aware of.
With that,
The other thing, I'm sorry.
go ahead. You got it.
No, I listen, this is not, there's precedent for this, right? There's been individuals, residents and businesses alike, where we have made them remove items that were installed without proper permitting or in violation with our UDO. We have not allowed businesses to open after the business was already built out because it wasn't in compliance with the allowable use of the shared center that the business was built in. We have denied permits for the same reason, right? The fact that we're considering this, for a single business after they've already knowingly violated the UDO, I think is poor practice, right? And so, yes, we'll, gladly leave the door open for a future application, but as it stands today, they are in violation. We should enforce our, any and all options to mitigate that violation, whether that's fines and or removal of the turf. And if the business chooses to initiate the UDO amendment process, through the normal channels, then we'll gladly, or I will gladly consider that. But to give them a pass right now, I think is setting a poor precedent, right? And it severely undermines our credibility as a governing and legislative body.
Again, get both sides of the story. But for the sake of this conversation, I think what I'm hearing from Mayor Pro Tem is there's no appetite to move it forward tonight, but the applicant can go through the process. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yeah, it sounds like there's a desire to. I mean, if we're gonna hold through the process, I think that will help. I mean, I have questions about the nature and type of what does artificial turf do? What's the impact? And those are questions that we just don't have an answer to. So I would prefer if we could kind of allow the applicant to explore the process, and that way we're not making exceptions for folks simply because of who they are and things of that nature.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second, yeah.
Maybe I'll chime in.
We still in discussion.
I think it's probably bad policy to replace natural material turf, considering how hot our parking lots get. So I'm inclined not to support it from the beginning. So I'm going to support this motion.
Maybe it'll get here after November. So, all right. So the motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
All right, thank you. Hopefully on to a better topic. I would like to, I've got some updates, but first I'd like to start by inviting our chief up. Chief Johansson, if you'd come up. We have an announcement we'd like to make.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I will be brief. I know you have a long agenda. But I'm honored this evening to be able to speak to you briefly and announce that the Apex Police Department has once again received advanced accreditation through CALIA. Probably for most of the community may not be aware of what this means or what a big deal it is. But if you ask yourself day to day, how do you know that your police department's policies are in keeping with the absolute best practices across industry standards? And if they are, how do you know they're in fact following those policies? Well, CALEA is one answer to that question. Very, very few agencies will take on the lift of going through CALEA. It is a huge lift for the department itself. It is especially a huge lift for our accreditation now manager, Kelly Walsh, who's hiding off to the side there. Kelly is the one-man team that does all of the background work to apply for CALEA accreditation to make sure throughout the year that we're showing the proofs that we are compliant with all these policies. It is a job that really would be 4 full-time jobs that she does pretty much by herself on that side of things. So I think I want to give a huge thank you to her and recognize her. And on top of that, recognize the men and women who do this work every day on the road. Because the fact is, if they weren't top-notch police officers, if they weren't following industry best practices, if they weren't treating people with the dignity and respect that we demand, we wouldn't get CALEA accredited. And not only are we accredited, but we're accredited at that advanced level, which demonstrates another level of excellence. This was, I believe, our 4th accreditation period of advanced status. That's a 4-year run for each of those. So this is 16 years now that your police department has proudly been advanced CALEA accredited. So just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to share that with you. Also to thank Kelly for her hard work, and to thank all the men and women of the department for the fact that they act above board every day so that we can meet this standard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The council members don't know who you are. Can you stand? Okay, there she is right there. All right. All right. Well done. I know that is a lot of work. How many standards did we have to? Wow, that's a lot.
This is a big deal. I work with well over 130 law enforcement agencies in this state on a day-to-day basis. You'd be surprised that literally only 15% are in that CALEA qualification. So you guys are stepping in high cotton, and that's because you guys are the best.
Well done. Thank you, Chief. All right.
All right, I told you it was going to be good news, right?
Yes,
Everyone's
sir.
been on their feet. Let's keep it going. So next, we've had a lot going on, like I mentioned, so I wanted to give you a few updates and for the public to hear. So I'm going to go through a couple of our major projects that are going on. The first I'm going to hit is the Saunders parking lot. And we have great news on that front. We are looking at, for phase 1, which is the large area closest to the police department, that is set to open by Monday of next week. Right. So that is great news. That's going to open up, I think it's up to 175 parking spaces back in our downtown. Then you'll see us, we're going to pivot to the gravel portion, and the construction is going to start there. That's going to be another 150 plus spaces that will come online. That is expected to be mid-September. So we are on schedule. We started in January. We said we'd be done, I think, before October. So we are set right now to be mid-September finished with the gravel section, but you'll see all of those spaces come online. Staff and the contractors, they've done an awesome job to keep that on schedule. We know there have been a lot of weather and potential delays with that. So despite those obstacles, they've been able to keep that project going and on track. So great news there on the Saunders lot.
Can I ask you about that before we move on? Are the EV chargers installed already?
They are not yet installed, but those will be, they're coming.
All right.
Get the foundation down first, and then we'll get the extras in there. But looking towards the future, as you know, part of our downtown vision, there are like 3 phases to that. The first was looking at the Saunders lot. The next will be the Salem streetscaping project. So we will be ramping up our public portion of that, getting some information out. The work's been going on. We're still in the acquisition phase on that, but you will start to hear a lot more on that project as we conclude with Saunders. We'll roll into the public-facing part of the Salem streetscaping project. So some more exciting news to come on that. Another exciting project, the Peakway Bridge extension. If you've been in that area, you've seen it looks a lot different. You can start to see what's going to look like a bridge. It's coming together. They've got the retaining walls are starting to go up. A lot of the work has been done. You just couldn't see it. It's drainage work and utility work. I'm told we're at about 70% complete on the storm drainage piece. So a lot of that underground, real intense work has been done. And so now you're going to start to see the difference. You can see the paved kind of entry roads on the side. Those are done. That project, I'm not going to commit to anything because we got a lot of weather ahead of us too, potentially. But that project is running really well in terms of schedule and budget. So we're excited on that project and some more to come there. Next one, the elevated water tank. If you've been to Pleasant Park, you've seen, you're about to be able to see it come above the fence line. It's fenced off, but they've completed 3 of the 24 vertical sections, so it's just getting started coming out of the ground. Again, there was a lot of work being done for the foundational piece. It's a 1.5 million gallon elevated water tank, and we are set to be completed with that project in about a year. It'll be September of 26. So you're going to start to see that coming and going vertical as well. Another project, Tunstall House, right? So we've just recently approved that not too many meetings ago, and we are set to mobilize with the contractor for the site work on September 2nd. That will be with C.T. Wilson, and then that'll be followed in about 30 days. So right around the beginning of October, that's Down East Preservation will begin. That's the contractor that'll begin the work on the actual house itself. So site work beginning in September and the work on the house beginning around October.
So has the notice of receipt been issued for the contractors?
I believe so, and the date is the 2nd of September, I think. Yes. All right, another item that you just approved on consent relates to solar on town facilities. So you approved today the contract with 8M Solar. They were the low bidder, and that is for our solar panels on our electric facility. So that's exciting, and that will soon be underway as well. All right, maybe the least exciting update I have is on Olive Chapel, right? So it was mentioned earlier in the mayor's introduction, but I think there's some good news and there's silver lining in this, right? We all know there was a significant weather event. We've talked about, probably more of us have become engineers in the last couple of weeks than we thought we would, but we've talked about 100-year floodplain, we've talked about 200-year storm events, but we did on August 6th a pretty significant rain event. And it wasn't all throughout Apex, but we did have some localized areas that received around 9 inches of rain, which is the equivalent of a 200-year storm event. It's a significant, there is not, and I'm not an engineer, so engineers can correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount of money it would take to build a facility that would retain the amount of water from a 200-year event would be cost prohibitive if you did it everywhere. So it's a pretty significant investment. It's difficult to account for that much water in such a short period of time. So as you know, we now have a closure on Olive Chapel. For the record, that is a DOT roadway. Doesn't make it any better for our residents, and I'm not trying to push it off on DOT. They have proven time and time again to be great partners with us, and it's no different in this occurrence. We've been working with their district engineer, and we communicate. We've been talking just about every day, probably multiple times a day on this, and they are currently working on some solutions. We should have additional information as we roll into next week. They've set a deadline of September to give us a timeline. They're really going through, they had a project plan there. If you've read their press releases, that culvert was reaching its end of life, but such is life, of course. We were gonna replace it. It was gonna be done in 27 was construction timeline, but now that's got to be moved up. They are looking at doing some kind of temporary solution, is still on the table, or to do the full project, and they're debating that. It's a complicated project. It's not just one where you can go throw some gravel down and then drive over it. There are a lot of issues related to utilities that are there. Apex has a water line. There are Duke power lines that for the ultimate project will need to be relocated. We've reached out to our partners at Duke, and they have been very responsive, and so we're hoping they and DOT can team up to shorten our timeline because those utilities have to be relocated. The ultimate full project, as of now, requires some property acquisition. So I'm told that in the next week, DOT representatives will be reaching out to those residents that will potentially be able to help us in this situation by looking at some of the right-of-way acquisition that will be needed for the project. So there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. And they were out there day one. Our staff was out there. We've got it kind of still barricaded off. The sidewalk, DOT actually went out and removed part of the sidewalk. It was not deemed safe to be traversing on because what you see isn't necessarily everything that's been undermined. There are some foundation that's not present, and so it's pretty dangerous to be up close or to utilize the sidewalk. So we're still encouraging people to stay out of the area. But DOT clearly knows the importance and significance of this. They gave me the numbers. We have about 10,000 vehicle trips a day on all of Chapel. So they know that that's a main commuter thoroughfare, emergency access. There are a lot of importance to that corridor to Apex. They are aware of that, have recognized that, and are working very diligently on that. So I see some positives coming, but it's a process that we need to go through. But we will continue to work with DOT to put out information to the community as we get it. Any questions on that before I?
A lot. I mean, so the big thing is I want residents to know that the town of Apex administration, all of us, are going to do everything we can as a town to help accelerate the DOT project. And I've also I've talked to you privately before about, thinking about mitigations for some of the neighborhoods that we've done other times. I think a lot of that will come out of, we need to hear the timeline of what's going to happen. But Apex is committed to doing everything we can to make sure this happens as quickly and painlessly as possible for our residents. We're going to have that.
Appreciate that, and we've offered any assistance that we can. We said think outside the box. We are willing to be at the table. Just tell us what it looks like. So we are definitely looking forward to a continued partnership with DOT on this. I also should mention the detour that's in place, and I live in Apex and I am subject to that detour as well. I'm feeling the pain right now to get to my grocery store of choice. It's about tripled my drive to that. So I'm super excited the quicker we move this along. So I'll mention that. Any other questions? Yes,
Yes, just a quick question about, and I think it's a great thing to help explain the kind of the timeline in terms of how DOT was communicating with us. I mean, how quickly did they get in touch with you to say, all right, we're going to be able to help out on this whole thing?
It was that day. We had multiple discussions that day, and it was timely. Becca, the new engineer, I think she's been there for about a year now, I want to say. But we actually had lunch a couple weeks ago before the event, and it's been great. I cannot emphasize the tremendous partnership that we have with DOT, and it shows on this project. Good? Everybody good there? All right. Last thing I've got, I think, unless I missed something, I did want to mention that you may have seen signs around the downtown. We've got our parking pilot. So we have an app that's been put out that you can get in the Apple iOS store, or you can get it in the Android Google Play. But there's an interactive parking app that is out there. It shows you different parking options that are available in our downtown. We are utilizing some AI to monitor those spaces to tell you what's available. So that is out, and then you'll see we've got some boards, and this was done in-house from what I understand from our IT staff. So they did a tremendous job in developing this, the app, and then the boards that have been put up that kind of show you as you're driving into downtown what lots have available spaces. So we'll be definitely looking for community feedback on that as we're excited to open up the Saunders lot, like I said. So we'll look forward to additional feedback on that parking. I said that was last. I got two more things, sorry. So I did want to mention, if you were here before the meeting, and you'll notice in our lobby that we have a display related to Diwali and some of the silks that are hanging from the wall. So we want to encourage people to take a look at that. I believe there's a QR code that you can take a picture of, and it'll give you some additional information on what you're seeing and experiencing there. And the last thing, if I mention it, I think it'll be good, but we are monitoring. It's hopefully over a week out, but there is a storm out there. At current forecast shows it kind of curving and going away, but you never know. So I wanted to let you know we are monitoring that and making sure that we put up the force field on that to keep it away. So, and that's all that I have.
Thank you for the updates, Randy. Any questions for Ms. Vosper? All right. Thank you. Let's go ahead and set the regular meeting agenda. Are there any recommended changes before we set it?
Motion approved.
All right, motion Gant.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, we're moving now to presentations. Tonight we have a dignitary in the house. It's our Apex ambassador, Mr. J.C. Knowles, and he celebrated a birthday recently, 97 years old. Yes. So Mr. Knowles, his statement, quote, is always, everything's beautiful, right?
Everything is beautiful.
That's exactly right. Yes, sir. So are you, man. We have a presentation to you tonight. We want to recognize you in a great way. But you're a history buff. So when you were born in 1928, do you know who the president was? Calvin Coolidge.
Right offhand, I can't tell you.
Calvin Coolidge was the president. The governor of North Carolina was Angus McLean. And the mayor of Apex was Dr. Romulus W. Stevens. All right? I'm trying to help you out with the history, so. All right, so we're gonna move on. JC said, let's get this going. So I will ask council to join me out front, and we're gonna honor our great ambassador. All right, I have a congratulatory letter of recognition. And one of the greatest privileges we have as your elected body is getting to honor and celebrate amazing individuals like you in our town. So I proudly recognize Mr. J.C. Knowles. Wow, the timing, perfect timing. He is real, I'm telling you, he's a real man. On June 28, 1928, J.C. Knowles was born in the town of Wallace in Duplin County, North Carolina. J.C. is well known for being the Apex ambassador and has a mini park in downtown Apex named in his honor. He has received countless local and state awards and been a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. On this, his 97th birthday, the Apex Town Council and I send you heartfelt birthday wishes. Please know that the council and I are so grateful for your contributions to our community in the many capacities you continue to serve and wish you the very best in the coming year. I believe you're going to reach 100. I see it. Because you're a blessed man. And we want to honor you in this way. So it is my honor to present to you this letter of recognition for your birthday. We got one more thing, right? Oh. Can you grab that? Yep. So we want to present to you flowers also. My grandma always said, make sure you give people flowers while they can smell them. So these are yours, sir. All right. Happy birthday, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Good to see you.
Congratulations. Any words, Ambassador?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I love Apex, and I've been associated with Apex one way or another for 75 of those 97 years. And I expect to, I'm shooting for 100. And I will continue to be the ambassador of this town as long as I live. And I thank all the citizens of Apex for allowing me to be your ambassador. And I will continue to do it and do it to the best of my ability. So thank all of you and God bless you.
All right. Such a great man. If we had more time, I would have him tell a joke because he's a good joke teller. All right, we'll move on now to presentation 2, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Comprehensive Fee Assessment and Recommendations, presented tonight by David Wood, Assistant Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Director. Mr. Woods, thank you for
Good
being
evening,
here.
Mayor and Council. Not quite as exciting as the JC celebration, but fees and policies, that's, right up there with us in the Parks and Recreation world. But so I'm excited to introduce Pros Consulting. They'll be doing a presentation tonight. They've been working with our department towards updating our pricing policies. The intent of conducting this fee study is to perform a comprehensive review of our existing fees, our policies, our cost recovery models. The last time we kind of substantially did a deep dive in this was 2010, so a little bit of changes over the years. We had a program guide, probably that was about 5-6 pages long of that. Now we got 2 guides that are probably 30 pages each. So we had 50,000 residents that went through one of our programs, not counting all our special events. So a lot of changes, so it's a timely time to be kind of reviewing that policy to make sure that we have something in place that is sustainable, that can sustain the growth of Apex, that will meet the ever-changing needs of our Apex residents as well. So from Pros Consulting, we have Leon Younger. He's the president. Leon's been the owner and the founder of Pros Consulting since 1995. His expertise is in the development of parks, recreation system master plans, strategic plans, and feasibility studies. Prior to being Pros Consulting, he was the Parks and Recreation Director in Indianapolis, Indiana. With Leon is Phil Parnan. He's the associate principal. Phil has over 25 years of experience in the field of parks, recreation, and leisure services. He has managed and led parks development and sustainable operations at the executive level for over 15 years. So, gentlemen, come on up, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be here, share with you a little bit about our findings and our work and some recommendations on this pricing study. We've been at this now for about 5 months, and we kind of want to take you through that process and really understand what we've learned, but also the efforts by the staff and us to work together through this. We want to talk a little bit about the current pricing policy highlights. We want to talk about the why, the assessment that needs to be done, and we want to focus on recommended changes and supporting factors that are associated with it. We started out with just looking at all your data regarding your approach to your existing policy, what's been updated, what's not, how you collect data regarding costs, direct costs and indirect costs. We spent time with the staff interviewing all of the various departments and the divisions to understand the issues that they have with pricing. We looked at other communities within the region that the staff recommended that we evaluate. We also looked at cost of service, what's their direct costs and indirect costs associated with providing the services, and we looked at how to classify your services. And all different programs have a level of classification that goes along with that, and Phil and I will explain that. And then just looking at what's working in the policy, what's not, looking at revenue strategies for the future and how to implement it.
So when we talk about the pricing policy, why assess the pricing policy? Well, it's important to do that on a consistent basis, to review those policies and implementation for consistency as well as efficiency. You've got a few bullet points that speak specifically to that. It's also important to know that this does not impact the special event policy. If there's any cases where this is in conflict with the special event policy, then that special event policy will take precedence. So as far as the existing policy goes, current pricing is not being implemented consistently across all divisions, meaning utilizing the same process to determine what the best price is for the additional programs and services. So currently there's fee structures that vary widely between youth and adult sports, facility rentals, and other programs and services. Currently, the fees cover direct costs, which include the instructors, any entertainment, as well as contractors, part-time staff, supplies, equipment, referees, uniforms, etc. As you can see here, just the non-resident fees alone from facilities to senior and specialized recreation and adult athletic programs vary within the department. As part of this, we did benchmark several agencies within the region to determine and understand what their approach is to pricing policies as well as non-residents and covering direct and indirect costs. We also worked with staff to determine the appropriate non-resident fee moving forward. Currently, programs are predominantly filled with residents since local demand is high for the quality parks and recreation services that you have within Apex, and the non-resident utilization of the services is currently low. Within the existing policy, again, the prices vary. As you can see here, from a cost recovery standpoint, 100% of direct costs and fee-based for the facilities and adult athletics, 50% for youth athletics, and 35% for senior and specialized. And then senior trips are slightly a little different. Those do come with significant costs as far as entertainment, entrance, lodging, admissions, and meals.
Typically, Parks and Recreation agencies kind of operate out of two different models. One is a business model that really focuses on direct and indirect cost, and also what is the cost recovery goal that you have for each type of service or facility that you manage. And then, or they operate out of a social model, which is more personality driven, and that's not really driven by any type of policy. And so consequently, they're all over the place. And so when we evaluate this is what we're looking at. In Apex, the management business social model function right now really looks at, you're doing a really good job in the maintenance side of the operations in terms of tracking costs and how costs are created, and both direct and indirect costs associated with it. There are some areas that need some adjustment that's associated with that as well. And then also in the programming side, where we see about 75% of the process really working well. And then in the finance side, this is where we really see the most challenging, is tying the costs associated with expectations as well as business practices associated with tracking costs, which is one of the major areas that we really are working with the staff on and moving forward.
So we worked with the staff to set up a system to classify the programs initially, classify those as core, being core to the mission, predominantly benefiting the community as a whole, as well as enhanced, which tends to be a mix of individual benefit as well as community benefit. A good example of the enhanced would be swim lessons. Swim lessons provide dual benefit, one to the individual because it's important that they know how to swim, but secondarily to the community. Communities, unfortunately, across the country have fatalities as part of swimming, and it really is important to a community to try and limit those and minimize those, if not eliminate them entirely. And so that's an example of an enhanced. Specialized tends to be a little bit more individual benefit. If you're having a wedding just for the individuals that you invite onto a public facility that you're renting, which is a Parks and Recreation facility, there's really no one that's going to benefit from that but the individuals that are utilizing that facility for that wedding. Each of those categories have also been looked at to be more defined because there were staff that brought up the fact that there are some community benefits to some of the enhanced programs, and there is some individual benefit to some of the core programs. So as part of this, we worked with the staff to develop the 6 tiers that you see before you today. This is all based on the level of exclusivity on pricing out the programs. So first, classification. Classification determines the range in which the cost recovery would be set. These tiers are also compatible with the federal poverty guidelines to ensure financial limitations are not a barrier to anyone's access. As you can see from the graph, each of the core, enhanced, and specialized has both a community benefit as well as an individual benefit in order to classify those appropriately.
So the numbers on this, do they matter? Percentages?
Yes, the numbers on that do matter. Let me go back to that real quick. Thank you. I'm sorry, who was
Yeah,
asking
it was
the
me,
question?
yeah.
Thank you.
I guess,
So-
is that the optimal percentages, or like why those numbers are like that?
So the numbers are like that because the more it's core to your mission and the larger the community benefit, the higher the level of subsidy for those programs. When you're providing something more enhanced, more individualized, specialized, that not everyone would benefit from, but the individuals do, then it's more towards the fair market value rate, to where it's cost recovery of 80 to 100+%.
But these are cost recovery targets.
Correct. Correct.
Correct.
So the policy establishes a transparent and consistent approach to setting fees across the department. It balances public benefit and individual use based on level of exclusivity, supports the financial sustainability of the services so that you can continue to do this in the future, and informs planning for both the budget process and cost recovery goals that the council and the staff's budget they can count on. Also, really review annually, as I think when David opened up, it's been 15 years since you took a look at this. And so we really recommend this is something that you do during the budget process so you don't fall behind and you're actually keeping up with the costs associated with delivery of services, and adjustments are made on a yearly basis. One waiver, currently right now, you have one waiver per nonprofit civic group per year to allow fundraising during a rental. So they can use your facilities, and that becomes their opportunity to really generate money. And then secondly is that looking at a 25% not-for-profit discount allowed for all facility and park shelter rentals Monday through Thursday, and encourages more mission-driven use of town facilities. So we're just trying to balance across how facilities are used and how waivers are used.
As far as financial equity and access, the policy acknowledges economic disparities. The Play It Forward program that currently exists in Apex is definitely one that is being emulated in other areas of the country to help make sure that everyone within the community can enjoy the parks and recreation activities, no matter what the financial circumstances are. The funds can be used mostly for programs, not just for renting facilities. Donations for the Play It Forward directly go to helping neighbors take part in the fun, healthy, and enrichment activities. While there is a provision for non-resident fees, currently many of the spots are taken up by residents, so it doesn't really provide a lot of opportunity for non-residents, and the Play It Forward program will help keep the opportunity for residents affordable if they're in a financial situation. As part of this, we also took a look at the non-resident fees from the other areas, factored that into establishing what the proposed non-resident fee would be. The surcharge proposed changes can be seen here on the screen compared to the current structure on the left. Varying programs application from the $15 to $10 to $25 is being proposed at a flat $25 for all programming. Rentals, shelters to be in line with the facility rentals, that is 50% more for non-residents. And for passes and permits, there's no change proposed at this time. When we took a look at the rental fees, one of the desired implementations was of primetime, non-primetime use. Non-primetime being Monday through Thursday, primetime being Friday through Sunday. And what you see before you is an example of what the current prices are, and those prices would be the weekday prices with the increase for the weekend, and no change to the outdoor sports fields or the sports courts at this time. When we looked at this, we looked at the budget process as well too, and in doing so, we looked at the budget over the course of the last roughly 10 years, but more focus on the last 5. And the current policy allows for increasing the pricing policy due to increased operational costs. And what we've noticed is over the last 5 years, there's been a 58% increase in the cost of operations to the department, which has grown exponentially, as you can see from the graph on here. It's important to note that a portion of the increased expenses have come from adding staff to the department to continue to offer the quality services and make enhancements that were identified within the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. In addition, staff have not waited for the implementation of the policy to begin to establish the appropriate tracking measures. So a better way of tracking the programs and services and the facilities to make sure that you can identify where they are from a cost recovery standpoint has already taken place and will continue to evolve as they hone in on making sure that they're tracking the right data and utilizing that data to make the right decisions.
So why the change? Mentioned earlier when we started, it was just a lack of a formal standardized pricing policy and allows for implementation across all divisions. Uncertainty in the application of indirect costs because it varies across the divisions of how much other departments are helping or supporting the park system. No centralized costing model or implementation to track full program expenses. So that way the park system isn't put in a position where they build, or you all are building new facilities and not being able to operate them at the level you want. And then pricing set ad hoc or by comparison to nearby communities without internal benchmarks. And you have some fantastic facilities that really require a higher level of operation and maintenance and care. We also are working with the staff on a workshop tomorrow and helping them through the implementation, through establishing the model of how to price services in a format, in a framework that is easily understood and easily applied. And so we're doing that as part of our work. So our next steps are really your questions about this process and recommendations. We are looking to have a formal adoption by you all in September. We're doing the staff training in alignment with this work tomorrow and continued, and then system integration and fee adjustments as your budgets are approved over time, and then really helping to recognize the monitoring and the evaluation and review. So that's our presentation. Some questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
So is the concept then that we adopt the pricing model and then staff will use that model when setting fees?
Correct.
At our next budget?
Correct.
Have you looked at what the impact might be on the budget? I guess I'm a little concerned about we go to this new model, we apply it across the board, and some stuff is reasonable, but you might find out, well, now instead of costing $10 to play soccer, it's now $250 or something. Like, I'm worried about wide swings.
We're not in that at all, that level of category. The pricing, we've had a lot of input. The staff's been a great partner in this process. We're real sensitive to the issues that are associated with pricing, and we've really tried to stay exactly within, like in sports, as an example, where your recommendations are at 50% cost, that those numbers stay the same. Everything pretty much, we just made more adjustments in tracking, both direct and indirect costs, and also in how you approach non-residents.
Just to follow up on that then, so you showed us the 6 tiers with cost recovery targets.
Right.
How are we performing against those targets today? What is our cost recovery for each of those types of services today, and how will that change with the proposed fee changes? Because the fee changes that you're proposing are mostly on facility rental, where a lot of our operational expenses are not necessarily related to facility rentals or the shelters and stuff, right? Like we have large parks that we've added over the 15 years, which obviously account for a big portion of the 58% increase in operational expense. But I'm kind of confused how to tie, what is fairly minimal changes to the fee structure that are proposed there, how that ties into the targets that you addressed earlier on in the presentation.
The cost recovery goal as part of the policy would have 100% of direct cost, fees based on program attendance minimums. Most of that is with your major facilities and adult athletics, 50% on direct costs for youth athletics, 35% direct costs for senior and specialized programs, and senior trips related fees such as admission, meals, and lodging capture 100% of the cost.
And that, are these targets or is that today's state?
That's today's.
That's the base.
All right.
All right, any other questions? Comments? Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. All right, we'll move now to public forum. This is opportunity for community members to speak. The public participation policy is displayed. You get 3 minutes when you're presenting. Unless you have 4 more people, you speak for a group, you get 9 minutes. So I know we have some high caliber presenters tonight from a neighborhood, so looking forward to hearing what you have to say. We'll go ahead and get started. Watch the lights, the series of lights right here. Green means go, yellow means you have 30 seconds left, and then red, like, come to the close of your presentation. All right? We'll start with Joshua Rockwood. And it shows here you have 4 more people, so you get 9 minutes total. Yep. Good to see y'all again.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Imagine 30 kids outside having the best time, learning how to ride, how to jump, how to challenge themselves. Kids of all different ages, skill levels. Just having fun, helping each other, and staying off screens with no bullying, no pressure. Just a place where everyone felt welcome and included. That's what the jumps gave us.
Hi, I'm Mason, and we are here to represent the biking community of Apex and Charleston Village. We're here to talk about the bike jumps we built in our neighborhood and why they meant so much to us and a lot of other kids. We're going to talk about the bike area we created, how we lost it, and our plan to get it back.
Hi, I'm Matthew Ashley. The space we created was more than just a place to ride bikes. It was a community. It taught us how to ride features, teamwork, and gave us a safe place with no bullying. It was a source of independence for us because it was accessible right in the neighborhood.
Hi, I am Brewer Pillis. The problem is that our greenways don't connect to Apex south of US 64, so we cannot safely ride our bikes to Salem schools or even downtown Apex. Without a local space, we have no safe outlet for this activity.
Our riding has sometimes caused problems, and some of the neighbors have called the police, but we also have positive interactions with them. For example, Officer Bell took a selfie with us while we were all wearing helmets, and posted it on the Apex Police Department Facebook page.
Hi, my name is Ethan. We know there are neighbors who have concerns about erosion, aesthetics, and accessibility. On June 30th, the town of Apex put up signs saying our bike features would be removed because of the few neighbors' concerns. We felt terrible about losing them, but we decided to take them down ourselves so that the town staff wouldn't have to.
We're really grateful that Mayor Gilbert came to Charleston Village and listened to us. He encouraged us to come to this meeting tonight, and we are thankful for that. This is an issue that keeps happening to us, and we've recently lost access to Crabtree Trails.
Hi everyone, my name is Aiden, and I'm here to talk about something exciting that can make Apex even better. We want to build some awesome new trails and features here in Apex, trails that people can bike, walk, or run on. Features like small ramps, turns, and fun sections that are safe and fun for all ages. But to do this, we just need one thing, permission from the town of Apex. We're working with TORC, which stands for Triangle Off-Road Cyclists, and they are a group of people who love outdoors, especially riding bikes on trails through the woods. They don't just ride, they build and take care of trails too. We're not asking for money, we're not asking for help with the tools or materials. They already have great trails in other towns. They want to do the same here. These trails won't just help bikers, they'll help the whole community. They'll give kids and families a place to play outside, they'll help people stay active and healthy, and they'll help protect nature by keeping people on safe planned paths. So today we're just asking you for your permission and let Torque help and let us build something amazing that everyone can enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isaac Ashley, and Torque can help us with the following. They will work with landowners to make a memorandum of understanding that will outline expectations. This can be renewed every year. They will provide a certificate of insurance through their parent organization, SORBA. They will assign a local volunteer to be a trail coordinator who will organize workdays and act as a liaison. They will help with signage, informing riders of the rules and trail difficulty, as you can see from our example. They are also willing to repurpose features from Crabtree trails.
Hello, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Landon. Tonight we told you about the bike area that we built. Overall, this area has been so much more than a place to ride. It's been a place to grow. Over the past year and a half, it has given me and my friends countless memories, strengthened our friendships, and taught us the meaning of working together towards a common goal. It has encouraged us to spend our time outdoors, be active, and to channel our energy into something positive and constructive. What's special about this place is that it doesn't just benefit us. It has the power to benefit and inspire others. Unfortunately, we did not get permission first, which led to us losing this privilege. Luckily, we have a solution. With just a little support and guidance, we can make sure it remains a safe, respectful, and welcoming space for everyone now and years to come. Imagine future kids discovering this spot, building their own friendships, learning teamwork, and finding the same joy and sense of belonging that we have. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out. Your support could help not just preserve a set of jumps, but a place where our community's youth can grow, connect, and thrive.
Apex is blessed to have young creative athletes like these guys. They're responsible. If you ask Officer Bell, when she showed up, the kids didn't run away. They actually waited and talked with her. They all had their helmets on, if you see in the picture in the handout that they gave you. When Apex came forward and said, hey, you can't be here, they took their time and their energy to take the jumps down, so our community didn't have to pay for that. They're hardworking. A lot of the materials that they got for their jumps came out of the woods, cut down trees, dead trees that they cut up. They also cleaned out the culverts, the dirt in the culverts they pulled out to make their jump. So they actually are doing a service for the community as well as they did it. They're innovative and they take initiative. The parents of these children and all the riders in our community are supporting them because of that initiative they take. Almost immediately when that sign went up, Aiden, I believe, sent Mayor Gilbert an email within minutes to say, hey, can we meet about this? What can we do about this? And since these kids are so amazing, we want to give them that support for their mountain bike trails. Now, the space that we're talking about is actually in the Greenway easement. Technically, if I read it properly, it's labeled an open space, which means you can run, walk, bike, and hike on there, according to regulations. So what they're asking is to take some of that open space and build a feature site like they had with the oversight of Torque, which is a professional organization that builds jumps throughout the area. They actually have a similar setup in Briar Chapel, where there's mountain bike trails right next to the Greenway. So it keeps the mountain bikes off the Greenway. Runners have a place they can run instead of on the pavement, and it gives mountain bikers an area to go. So we're looking at taking that model and starting in our neighborhood. We've got parental support. We've got a group to oversee it, and then we just need volunteers, which can be from our community or anywhere else. There's lots of mountain bikers that do this and love to get out there. So we're just looking for permission to support these kids.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you so much. Well done, well done. All right, Hesham Osman.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. As a parent, I'm speaking to you to express my strong support for finding a solution for the parking situation at Apex Friendship High School. Since the school was open, parking for students has been a challenge. Later on today, there is a proposed amendment discussion to the UDO. I support this proposal that would allow student parking as a residential accessory under specific conditions. Accessible parking for high school students is critical for student safety, timeliness, and reducing daily stress for both students and parents. Many students, my son included, are involved in activities before school. He's a swimmer. He has to get up before school to go swim in Raleigh. He's a swimmer for the high school team. Practices are in the morning, and he just can't get back home in time to catch the bus to get to school. He also takes classes at Wake Tech, and that also requires him to leave campus, and that requires transportation. Last year he was able to drive because he had parking, and with the enforcement of the current situation with parking, that will become a challenge for him and our family. We need common sense solutions for the parking situation at the school, with appropriate oversight to avoid overcrowding and prevent dangerous driving situations for both students and neighbors. I believe the proposed amendment to the UDO is practical, community-driven, and a community-driven solution to an ongoing challenge. This reflects the collaboration between residents, organizations, and town leaders, which will allow and benefit to all stakeholders. I respectfully ask that you engage the community in a discussion on solving the parking situation at Apex Friendship High School. I also hope that town council and staff will work in collaboration with other state and county leaders to come up with a long-term solution for the parking situation at the high school. Our community continues to grow. We have a great community, lots of people. However, parking is not just an issue at Apex Friendship, it's also an issue at Apex High School, and it will become an issue, I'm sure, at the new high school as well. So please, I urge you to look at all solutions that are possible to help students and their families. Thank you very much.
Ms. Osmond, before you leave, can you just give us your address for the record?
I'm sorry?
Your address.
Oh, yes, I'm at 3181 Mantle Ridge in Apex.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Kevin Campbell. Mr. Campbell shows you have 4 more people here?
Yes.
All right, 9 minutes, Mr. Clerk.
You're generous with the minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. It will be no news to anyone here in this room that the affordability of housing in the town of Apex, throughout Wake County, really throughout this region, is very stressed at this point. So tonight I was blessed to have a few minutes with you to do a couple things to explain to you who the Raleigh Area Land Trust is, what the Community Land Trust model is, to raise familiarity with that, and to share a really exciting opportunity that we have right here in Apex. Raleigh Area Land Trust is the first and now only community land trust that's operating in Wake County. We were organized in 2018 and have since then, this sounds awfully tiny, sold 2 homes in Southeast Raleigh, but things are about to really blossom in the model in this market. The model is designed to meet 2 objectives that necessarily don't work so easily together, so it's a tough model to make work, but the model is to provide permanent affordability, not just for the first home buyer, but for subsequent home buyers through a 99-year renewable land lease. I'll talk about that, and then also allow for the building of equity in a shared equity model for the family. So trying to balance keeping a specific property affordable in a community and allowing the family to build wealth over time through these shared equity agreements. Raleigh Area Land Trust is a new model for Wake County, but it is not a new model in the United States. It started in the late 1960s. There are now over 300 community land trust organizations throughout the U.S. and have built over 15,000 houses throughout the years. In our area, really 2 prominent land trusts, the Community Home Trust in Orange County and the Durham Community Land Trustees in Durham, are really leaders in the network and have been in existence for 30 years or so. So we're following their example, bringing it to Wake County. The average tenure in a community land trust home based on this sample of 15,000 homes is 7 years, which is also the same number in a typical market rate home purchase. And interestingly, the data shows that for those home buyers that choose to sell their community land trust property, 60% of them are able to move into a market rate home ownership. So that's showing that equity is generated in the community land trust model, and that they're able to use that as really a stepping stone into market rate home ownership. And I think the important point there is if they choose to do so. No one is asking them to sell their community land trust home, but it provides that opportunity. I mentioned our Raleigh Area Land Trust was formed in 2018. In 2023, we sold our first 2 homes in Southeast Raleigh. And really throughout these years, we've been working with the City of Raleigh and with Wake County on a project called Cottages of Idlewild. It's near downtown Raleigh. We just started construction a couple weeks ago on 18 new cottage court units that will be available, 14 for purchase, 4 for rental, to families earning 60% or less of the area median income in that project. We're excited for that. I just want to thank you all. You all have, I think, put across the message to developers that you're concerned about affordability in Apex. And that has resulted in a developer making 12 units, 12 brand new townhome units available to the Raleigh Area Land Trust to sell to buyers in the community between now and the end of the year, we hope. So I want to thank you for paving the way for that. It's just a win-win on so many ways. You know, it's hard to find affordable units. We're talking about units at market are about 450,000. We'll be making them available for about 315,000. And that's solely due to the generosity of the developer as the zoning conditions that they offered in their project. The communities are called Prestwick and Huxley. They're the same units. They're 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 3-level with garage townhomes, 2,100 square feet. I know you all know that how difficult it is to find that kind of product in this community at that price. We offered a community information session, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for attending that to spread the word. So I'm asking your just personal help in spreading that word. We're also excited to be offering that same kind of information session for town staff on Thursday this week. These really provide opportunity for workers in the community. I know that that's a concern of yours as well. The town staff that love this community, work in this community, and are looking for opportunities to live in the community. We hope to be able to provide that. We have 2 units in the Prestwick community. Those based on the zoning condition will be available to families earning between 80 and 100% of the area median income based on family size. And in the Huxley community, based on the zoning condition, 10 units to families earning up to 80% of the area median income. I think that's all I have. I didn't need the whole 9 minutes, but thank you for your time, and really thank you for the opportunity. I think it will be a really strong example, not just for your leadership in this community, but across the county as well. So we thank you for that.
Thank you for your work. Appreciate you. All right. Elizabeth Stitt.
Elizabeth Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor and Town Council, good evening. On June 17th, the Town Council had a work session where the council contemplated 5 expansion options for the Pleasant Park. This is a $14 million expansion of the park. When the staff started discussing the 5 options, they shared that in the first year, the park had 2 million visitors. We all know that far exceeds the full build out of what was projected for the park. We also know that far exceeds the 2018 traffic study. So it was really disheartening listening to the work session talking about, you know, we could do this field or that field, and maybe we could attract some college tournaments, you know, talking about everything that can be brought into the park. And through the conversation, I was like, where's the community? Where are the neighbors that are impacted by this? Or the people down the street where we can't get in and out on Old US 1 because the traffic is backed up. You're looking at a $14 million expansion, and the brief comment about the traffic felt very dismissive. You know, $14 million, you need to take a couple of those $1 million and deal with the traffic issues. It is not fair to those in the community that want to go to the park but can't get in and out of the park. They can't use the park. It's not fair to bring in college tournaments when we have needs for our high schoolers and our middle schoolers to be using fields. It just felt like the priorities were misplaced. And it hurts because I have to go through this, and you know that I'm very involved with my community. We have come to you multiple times and said, please do something to address the traffic. I understand getting a second exit is not going to happen anytime soon, but you could have some traffic police there on the days where, even just normal Saturdays where we have large number of visitors, come and help with the traffic. I mean, there are some simple common sense ways of addressing the traffic. But just to go plan a $14 million expansion without meeting the current needs feels like the priorities are backwards. So I ask that you take the time to actually come out and talk to the neighbors, have a meeting there at the park, maybe come sit on the side of the road with us in a safe place and just watch the traffic go in and out and in and out and in and out so that you can experience firsthand what we do. This is just not $14 million on a piece of paper. This is where we live. And this is where our neighbors are supposed to come and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stitt. Don Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. The collapse of Olive Chapel Road highlights how our growth and infrastructure are out of balance. Development is advancing rapidly, bringing traffic, environmental, and stormwater challenges our systems can't handle. Projects like Chapel Ridge, New Hill Commons, the Summit, Depot 499, and the Viridia megasite move forward despite the 2017 town maps showing flood risks, traffic studies showing roads near or over capacity, and loss of tree canopy that helped actually manage the runoff. I'm confused by the town's characterization of the event as a 200-year event. The FEMA 100-year floodplain runs right where the road failed, and the storm water from the Chapel Ridge site appears to have overwhelmed it. Can someone help me understand the discrepancy between the maps and the leadership statement? This pattern repeats: natural buffers removed, water directed into stressed creeks, and downstream neighborhoods flooded or eroded. These same development pressures also lead to traffic studies, as Elizabeth mentioned, showing more roads near capacity with safety and quality of life risks rising. In fact, the numbers on Olive Chapel are 10,000, but on Kelly Road are almost 20,000. So you've got to talk about a bigger, broader area when you speak about your traffic. I want to recognize the men and women of North Carolina DOT. And I just brought the safety vest to kind of show, or just the image of it, that the work they do is very dangerous. They're out there alongside heavy volume of traffic and extreme heat, all sorts of weather conditions. While the public saw a performative video with hard hats and sound bites, the real demanding work will be done by these crews. The official narrative says stormwater and environmental measures met minimum requirements, but that narrative has been used to justify eminent domain road widenings on North Carolina DOT roads with little public discussion. This approach shifts responsibility away from the decision makers and into the public. The balance is missing now. Until it returns, these failures will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casalino. Lorraine Meehan and Andrew Gluck.
My name is Lorraine Meehan. I live at 2524 Walden Woods Drive. And I'm here tonight to say thank you. And thank you for your support of the Patriot Day ceremony on September 11th. And I read that there will be some participation from council as well. And I'm thanking you because I'm a survivor of the World Trade Center attacks. I heard the planes crash into the buildings. I saw people jump out of the North Tower that day. And I witnessed the buildings collapse in front of my eyes. My husband was a federal agent, a criminal investigator for the Department of Interior. He was detailed to the rescue and recovery effort down at Ground Zero. But he later died from his exposure, from breathing in the toxins from the dust cloud that was in the grass, in the dirt, in the pile. Today, people are still getting sick and dying from that exposure. And some of those people live right here in the Triangle. So I urge you as our town leadership to make 9/11 a day of remembrance for our community going forward, so that we never forget those horrible events and that we never forget the sacrifice made by our first responders to rescue people, ordinary people like you and me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, excuse me. My name's Andrew Gluck, live 2425 Walden Woods Drive, and I'm here to address a different issue, something that the council really doesn't have any authority over, but as a group, I was hoping you would write to the state. We have a 540 going through the town. The only area of 540 is Apex that does not have any sound barriers around Beaver Creek area and all that. It's a toll road. They totally started in this area, but this area was totally avoided for any sound barriers. And where I live and other areas in that area, it's very noticeable. So we're just hoping the town will get together, the council will get together and write to the state, I think it's the state's responsibility to put those sound barriers up. They're collecting tolls every day on that, and it should have been done in the first place, but this area of the whole 540 was ignored. No other area of 540 was ignored from the sound barriers. So I'm just requesting you as a group to do that to the appropriate people of the state. I'm sure someone here would know who to write to, and because I know you're very intertwined with that, so I would appreciate if you just would do that for the people of Walden Woods and Walden Creek and also the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Alexis Kennedy.
Alexis Kennedy, 106 Buckhaven Court.
Since my last city council meeting, I'm heartbroken to report that more children, women, and men have died in Gaza. Starved, bombed, shot, crushed to death by food trucks in their desperation for aid. Just a couple days ago, a 14-year-old boy was crushed to death by a falling aid package. UNICEF has reported that in the past month, the classrooms worth of children have died roughly as much as every hour. I've watched in horror as people justify starving, disabled Palestinian children, claiming that their medical conditions make it acceptable. These children need special diets, just like many of us know someone with dietary needs, GI issues, allergies, nutrient deficiencies. Yet, if they're Palestinian, their starvation is dismissed. Our government and media have excused withholding food from these children, effectively justifying the starvation of disabled children. Meanwhile, since 2023, we have sent Israel $22 billion of our tax dollars, funding a country accused of war crimes and apartheid, while it provides free health care and free education for its citizens and housing for illegal settlers in the West Bank. Meanwhile, in Apex, our elementary schools had to make tough decisions and cut out teachers, and now the ratio is 35 students per classroom. So we're starving children abroad and starving our own children of education. Imagine what the $2 billion could have done for us. It could have expedited the rebuilding communities hit by Hurricane Helene, proper aid for the Texas families after the horrible flash floods, fund our schools, or hell, just return our tax money. Instead, it's used to bomb and starve children. With only 4 aid stations for 2 million people in Gaza, this starvation is intentional, and we're funding it. I love my children with all my heart, and my love isn't unique. Parents across the world feel the same way, and I could never justify starving my child or allowing someone to starve them. So why do we consent to starving other children? We are all responsible because it's our money and our government enabling the actions. If you feel powerless, that's not an excuse. Governments don't change out of the kindness of their hearts. They change when communities demand it. We must hold our leaders accountable and act to stop the injustice.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. All right, that closes our public forum. At this time, we'll move now to public hearings. If you want to leave now, this would be the time. All right. Want to do a 5-minute? Okay. All right, yes, okay. Now, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, so we'll be back 7:35.
Move out of here without having to worry about if they're too loud.
Oh, yeah.
Give them a chance to get out of here.
Most definitely.
Happy that they were able to show up.
Yeah, I mean, that was very courageous of those young men, and they stood tall.
I think it's worth looking into because I do think he's right. There's large spot in the running rate, and maybe because it wasn't get the the road was going in, that's the problem was going in as well.
So you want Linda to speak before you?
All right, the meeting will come to order. Thank you so much for that much needed break. We'll go ahead and roll into public hearing. Apex Transportation Plan Amendments, Ashburn Pudd. Shannon Cox will be presenting and will be heard with number 2 as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, it's all on you.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to explain to the audience, the first public hearing is specific to proposed transportation plan amendments. These are associated with the rezoning request that's public hearing number 2. So staff suggestion is that council hear both public hearings and then vote at the end of the second public hearing. So just to orient everyone to the exhibit, this is Milano Avenue, which is highlighted in green here. This is Mount Zion Church Road. The proposed amendment requested by the PUD applicant is to realign the future, the minor collector street designation, which is in a pink line, which follows existing Mount Zion Church Road. It would then, we would add a roundabout to our adopted plan. At that point, the minor collector street would follow an extension of Hammock's Beach Trail. So the amendments are to realign the future minor collector street and add a future roundabout. There is also a third amendment proposed to switch the future side path from the roundabout to the north, from the east side of Hammock's Beach Trail to the west side of Hammock's Beach Trail. These amendments are all requested to minimize property impacts outside of the area to be rezoned. So our adopted transportation plan shows this alignment adjacent to developed property. If it were built in that location, additional easements and right-of-way would be needed outside of the area to be rezoned. This realignment avoids that, while providing similar connectivity and function to what's already shown on our adopted plan. This has been reviewed by staff and planning, transportation infrastructure and development, parks and rec, police and fire. There are no concerns about the proposed amendment. Planning staff do recommend approval. Planning board reviewed this at their July meeting and had a public hearing, and they also unanimously recommended approval of the proposed amendments. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Ms. Cox?
Ms. Cox, can you describe the Hammock's Beach? I know it's realigned here, but having it on the map presumably affected how Bella Casa was developed several years ago. Can you describe any of those kind of, was it on a map when it was developed and the driveways maybe not facing it, or those kind of things?
So a minor collector street can have direct driveway access. Major collector streets do not have direct residential driveway access. Okay. However, that said, these properties here are accessed by the alley. It's just sidewalks to their front doors that access Hammock's Beach Trail in this location. Okay. But there's nothing in our standard specifications that would prohibit driveway access.
Okay. I thought they were designed that way because of the prohibition. Mm-hmm. The second question was, in the packets there was an earlier version of the rezoning that didn't have the roundabout design the way it is, I think. And was this like staff suggested changes to the developer who's then proposing it now? Is that kind of how it worked?
So I'm not sure what was in the packet for the rezoning that shows it without the roundabout, but a roundabout is included in the proposed rezoning that you'll see in the next couple slides.
Okay, I think it was a early neighborhood meeting had a different version than this.
Probably. There was a lot of conversation with the developer throughout their rezoning request with staff to try to reach a positive recommendation for the roadway network that they're proposing. I do believe, Russell can correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe it was a staff suggestion that with this alignment, we would want to see a roundabout here.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from council?
I'm good.
We're right along.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll now hear public hearing 2.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Charles Walker. My name is on that list to speak at both things. I just want to give
Hold
you.
on. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll call you up at that time. So I have a list of names right here. I'll call you up, but I got to hear from Mr. Killian first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, it's all good.
I signed up on
We're not doing one and then
both
2?
sheets and didn't know which one I was showing.
Okay. All right, you want to do the hearing first? Okay. That's how you want to do it.
For those who signed up for public hearing 1, that would
Do with that. Okay. All right, we'll call you up. All right, sounds good.
Thank you. My
All
name
right,
is.
it is your time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Good.
I thought I
Did you
remember
already have
signing
this?
something,
Yeah.
but okay.
All right, we're good. Carry on. Give your address as well.
My name is Charles Walker. I'm with EPG. My address is 275 North Pea Ridge Road in Pittsburgh, North Carolina, 27312.
Thank you.
I am the land planner for the developer here. Russell and I have wrestled on the ground several times over what the position of this road ought to be. It is part of our PUD case. The probable need to move this was discovered as we were designing our case, because as you will know, Hammocks Beach Trail went directly north-south and melded into Mount Zion, but Mount Zion was going to be turned into it. Unfortunately, what happened when Casa Bella was designed and built, they did set aside the right-of-way for Hammocks Beach Trail, but they did not set aside a construction easement to do it. So once we figured out to try and go down Hammocks Beach in its former, what I think is going to be its former layout, was we had to go to Casa Bella and ask them to disturb part of their RCA. We didn't want to do that. So we did our best negotiations with the neighbors, with staff, and what we came up with was pulling Hammocks Beach Trail away from that line as quickly as possible to run it into Mount Zion, then create the roundabout to also help with the slowing down of some of the traffic in that area. So I just wanted you to know this part was done. That the relocation of this is part of our zoning case, but not necessarily our zoning case generated it. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I think we've come up with a solution, but I just want to make clear what the situation was.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Unless anyone has any questions. Rondell Stevenson is our traffic engineer is here. Tommy Craven from Priest Craven is here. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer.
Okay, I see Mr. Craven signed up to speak, but do you want to say anything? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Elizabeth Stitt.
So I'm actually against the, Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road. I know Alan and I talked about Linda going before me. I'm going to need to also speak in the next one. I didn't sign up. The map that I need to refer to explain why I'm against this is not showing. But much of these transportation amendments are unnecessary. It will save the developer money. It will help keep the community intact. There are other options that I would like to talk with the council about. So if you could add me when we get the next map up. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda. Sure, yes.
Can I put my sign up? Can I put my sign up? Okay, thank you. Okay. Mayor Gilbert and Council, I am here concerning the Ashburn transportation application. I am a resident of Bella Casa. My name is Linda Cafera. I tried to call Mr. Mahaffey last week. He promised he would call me back. He never did. So you're probably busy, right? And so I would like to just continue with my statement. Hello, Brett, how are you? Brett lives in a beautiful house surrounded 360 by trees and woods. Beautiful. Over here, this development will be butt up against our area. There is a school bus stop not 30 yards away where this opening is going to be, and there's a procession of people that, with their kids, that walk to the pool and the mail depot across Hammocks Beach, a few feet where that opening is going to be. The elevation of that land is higher, and if you go to the bottom of Hammocks Beach Trail, you look up on a hill. We've had drainage problems since Hurricane Helene, was it? The last hurricane? Back up from Friendship scattered openings for the school all the way to where that traffic circle is going to be, where the road kind of crosses. I was shocked one morning, 8:30, backed up, bumper to bumper. And you're not even done approving all the development on Olive Chapel. That's another thing. And that sinkhole happened because they took nature's best drainage system away, the trees. And that development that they're working on over there in that area has been going on for 3 years now. So I'm just gonna say that. All right, the houses, I was told by Josh, and he looks at one-dimensional, I know he looks at a lot of complicated things, but he looks at one-dimensional things. I'm talking multi-dimensional here. And I'm talking about children on the streets, on scooters, with their parents, constant procession, and they go up Hoare River, across Hammocks Beach. I'm worried that opening that street, traffic circle or no traffic circle, is going to cause speeding traffic all the way down to the other traffic circle that we have on Milano, and then past it where you want to put that new bridge and connect another community. It's going to be a speedway to get through and shortcut everything. Can I move? I have just a few more, if you let me. I'm very upset about this.
Yeah, 1 minute, wrap it up, please.
Okay. The proposed height, it was told in April and May. Josh did not know the height of the house. The builder, Charles Walker, told me it would be no more than 2 stories. It went from 36 now to 42, and Josh is now telling me something about King's Cross was 50, but we cut it down to 42. With the trees gone and no drainage, we're going to be in trouble. And let's see, what else did I want to say? I wanted to make sure I said hello to you, Mr. Mahaffey.
Ma'am, we're done. Thank
Okay.
you so much for coming out tonight to
Okay.
speak. Appreciate it.
Cut off.
Don't forget your sign.
Yes.
All right, there you go. All right. All right, that closes out the public hearing for community members to speak here. We'll move now to Mr. Killian. Public hearing 2.
Good evening, everyone. Joshua Killian here to present rezoning case 24CZ10, the Ashburn Plan Unit Development. This rezoning is located in the western part of Apex within the vicinity of Richardson Road, Evans Road, and Milano Avenue. The 2 parcels under consideration for this rezoning total about 15.3 acres. They are currently vacant and well vegetated, and the properties are bisected by Mount Zion Church Road. The current zoning of the property is rural residential. The developments to the north and east, so wrapping over on this side, are planning development conditional zoning and are known as the Parkside at Bella Casa. To the west of this PUD is Buckhorn Preserve on this side. And the zoning to the south is predominantly rural residential, especially here on the east side of Mount Zion Church Road. There are single-family homes on both parcels, and then there's a small sliver here of planned unit development, which is a part of Parkside at Bella Casa's RCA and their previously dedicated right-of-way for the future alignment which may change, of Hammocks Beach Trail. The applicant is proposing to rezone this parcel to planning and development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map identifies these parcels as medium density residential. The applicant is proposing a development of both detached homes and townhome products. And the approximate density that they're looking at is 4.8 units per acre, which is consistent with the medium density classification. The western parcel of this rezoning has an existing stream and a 30-foot Town of Apex sanitary sewer easement running from north to the south. It crosses the stream in this general area. And then going from southwest to northeast, you see this mark here. That is a overhead power line, and then it traverses from northwest to southeast as it crosses Mount Zion Church Road. And then the utility connections for the Ashburn PUD that are proposed are to connect water where available on Mount Zion Church Road to the north and to the south. Although they do not control this part of the road on this side, they are proposing to connect to finish the loop of that water service, connecting water at all of the stub streets that are currently provided and sewer where available and accessible to the parcel. This project is required to provide a minimum of 30% RCA, and this development on the single family portion, which is considered tract 1 here, they are looking to mass grade that area, so an additional 5% of that land area will be dedicated as RCA within the PUD. The proposed buffers within this development are consistent with those prescribed in the UDO. And then so if you want me to go over the buffers, I can, but.
It's your presentation, sir. What do you want to do?
I'll try to quicken it up a little bit. I know we've got more to get to today. The elevations here are provided. There is a mixture of 2- and 3-story proposed townhomes in that townhome section of the PUD. These are conceptual in nature. And then in the single family development side, we have these elevations currently proposed. Most of the architectural conditions that you are seeing in the zoning conditions are consistent with the zoning conditions that we have for most architectural single family and townhomes in the town of Apex. The applicant held multiple neighborhood meetings for this rezoning on October 11th, 2023, May 22nd, 2024, and May 16th, 2025. Each of those reports are provided in their staff report. A meeting with the Environmental Advisory Board was held on September 19th, 2024, and the recommended conditions and the applicant's response to each are provided in the staff report. The Apex housing staff provided a housing recommendation of at least 5% of residential lots be designated as affordable or workforce housing. That would equate to about a total of 4 units in this development, and the applicant has declined to offer any units through a zoning condition. A Wake County Public Schools letter of impact was received for this rezoning. And it indicates that elementary, middle, and high school students within the current assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, and transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area should be anticipated. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the high school level. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Commission recommends that this project provide a fee in lieu at the 2025 rates. The Planning Board held a public hearing on this rezoning in July and unanimously recommended approval of this rezoning, and planning staff recommends approval of rezoning case 24CZ10 with the conditions as offered by the applicant. This rezoning is reasonable in the public interest as it will permit a variety of housing types as an infill development and utilizing existing street stubs to provide additional vehicular and pedestrian ingress and egress to the existing residential neighborhoods. And we did receive public hearing emails from one neighbor, and I believe you all have received that email. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Killian. Any questions from council? All right, hearing none. Thank you. All right, we'll open up public hearing Does the applicant wish to speak on this one, or are you good, sir?
Good evening. Once again, Charles Walker, 275 North Pea Ridge Road in Pittsburgh, North Carolina. We spent a lot of time going through this process. What I would like the council to make note of is that on the on the north side and the west side, we have aligned similar housing styles. The housing styles in Casabella that are on narrow and deep lots that are alley fed are next to lots that we propose to be alley narrow and alley fed in a similar fashion. On the west side of the project, we are surrounded on two sides by townhome projects. We're doing similar units, so we're putting townhomes next to townhomes, single family next to single family. As we've talked about before, it was tough to get a lot of this stuff put together and answered when you started throwing in the transportation, but we have the support of the transportation staff and the planning staff and the rest of the staff. We do meet the RCA regulations. We do have open lawn play in the area. We are connecting 3 unfinished streets to Mount Zion Road, which I hope you would recognize as an improvement to get some of the traffic moving in that area. The total unit count on our project is 72 units, 21 single family and 51 towns. If you have any particular questions, I have Lionel Stevenson, our traffic engineer, is here. Tommy Craven, our civil engineer, is here. Or if there's a land planning issue, I'd be glad to try and answer from anybody that had a question.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Give me some thoughts on why you didn't want to meet our affordable housing goals.
Early on, when we asked about that, one of the incentives was if you try to do the affordable housing, that there would be an expedited review of the process going through the system. When we asked that particular question, is that you pick up 2 days, do you pick up 6 months, what is it? It was undefined. They couldn't, the staff didn't have a way to describe it to us, so we couldn't see that necessarily as a benefit for that particular reason. And then when the second reason why we did it is when we started going and applying the construction cost numbers to retaining walls on Baronial, crossing the creek, widening Mount Zion on both sides, a traffic circle, a wider, it just whittled it down to where it was up to us to try to bring forth all the needs in this to be solved by the site plan as best we could, and not have to be able to address that with this relatively small project. I mean, as an example, the town's parks and open space fees in lieu of approach $250,000 on this small project. So there was a lot of money being pulled out of this to satisfy the regulations in this area and try to bring forth all these roads to be connected.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
James Neiman.
Hi, Mayor and Town Council. I'm James Neiman. I'm a 5th grader at Apex Friendship Elementary School. My home backs up to the woods where Ashburn is proposed to be built. My family takes care of a cat colony that lives in those woods. One is named Biggie. Biggie likes to eat a lot and is a tuxedo cat with a white mustache. There are also Spots, Skinny, Mr. Orange, Pants, Socks, and 2 little kittens. We have named them based on their attributes. We have spayed and neutered them, and then they have been happy in their woods for the past 1.5 years. Other animals, including deer, a raccoon with 3 legs, bunnies, possums, squirrels, and birds, have made these woods their home as well. Because this is the only woods in a far radius, animals have come to this specific area of woods because it is their only choice. We have the opportunity to let the animals happily live where they already feel at home. My question is, who needs the homes more? Apex has built many homes for humans, But what about the animals? If we get rid of these woods, what home do they have? I'd like you to truly consider all living things that could be impacted by this development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Thank you. All right, Brandon Porthras.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm Brandon Portress, 2705 Richardson Road, Apex. Lifelong resident of Apex. A couple years ago, I was before the town council and got my property annexed in where I am right now. Well, I'm the neighbor exactly to the south. If you look straight on this map, the entire south side, pretty much, except for where you see the first cut in. Built my home there. Actually lived there 1 year now. And it's the only home on that 3-acre tract. I've been working with Mr. Walker through the process, came to the planning board meeting as well. All I'm trying to do in my perspective is preserve the natural woods that I have. I have the privilege, I think, like I heard you, I have woods 360 degrees around my house. I live in the middle of it on purpose. Not that I'm opposed necessarily to this development, but obviously because I believe Mr. Killian, as he had indicated in our previous meeting at the planning, and it's obvious Baronial Street exists, so it's very hard to realign it. Well, that puts an interesting perspective on my property because the developer is going to need to extend the existing retaining wall, and that's right up against the property line, or it will be some distance based on grading. So we've worked together, and I've asked him to understand my perspective is to try to have as much of the trees that are on my property stay there and to not have the view to the open road right behind my house. He's agreed, and I don't know at which point in the forum it is, not aware. He's talked about subdivision construction drawings, but I want to make it known that what we've agreed to is that there'll be, as possible, nothing guaranteed, there'll be some plantings along there. I know that early on I had an issue trying to get my own utilities connected to Baronial because of a thing called a Type B buffer. Took me almost a year to get through said Type B buffer, or under it actually. But in this case, it doesn't look like there's enough room for a buffer, but obviously I have a keen interest to have some sort of screening away from the neighborhood. That's all I'm really talking about there. I understand Apex has no choice but to have the stub out road. It's not ideal for me, but I realize that I'm not getting any younger, so somebody may want to take my property one day and subdivide it, and you want to have the transportation there. I've discussed with the developer as well the possibility. My children play with all the children over in Buckhorn. Currently, I have a mulch path that goes down at the end of Baronial Street, and that's how the kids from Buckhorn come up and play on our basketball court, and my kids go down there. But I don't know that logistically it'll be very feasible. I've talked to the developer, hey, could we put a staircase in the retaining wall? He describes the retaining wall as 4 to 5 feet to allow the kids to still transit between. There's some concern of whether that would encroach on my property, which I would allow it to, or whether it would be something they would be interested in. But to come in the future, if not, the kids will go to the stub road. Looks like my time is up. If anybody had a question, otherwise I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Thanks.
All right, Linda Kafar.
Just a little bit. Okay. I don't know, how do you get over there? All right, here. That there is a road around there where they don't have to open up Hammocks Beach Trail, you know, so that we have that, don't have that danger of people in the future racing through to get to the bridge on the other side. What about cul-de-sacing in around the road and just going right out? Why can't they do that? Also, I feel we need more green buffer and just less houses. That's all I'm asking for. Like maybe 5, 6, that would also engender less traffic. And we can't control the other traffic that will be coming from other areas through there. So, and I just wanted, Mr. Gray, you made I'm concerned about something. You asked after I gave my little talk about affordable housing, but what about the safety of the children that I addressed? And the bus stop and the procession that goes to the pool and the mail kiosk, what about that?
We're just here to hear
You
comments.
can't put money on that safety. You can't put money on that. Okay, I was just a little taken aback because I thought he didn't, he just brushed that off.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Elizabeth Stitt.
Hey, Josh, give me a second. Can you pull that one up?
That's for Stan. That's not.
Well, that was in the agenda packet.
It's not. This one?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. All right, Elizabeth Raystead, 3113 Friendship Road. So in the 800-page agenda packet that I read every page of, you'll see this particular diagram that was included as a part of this proposal. And if you look around the teardrop, as Linda referenced, there is a road. It occurred to me, let's save the developer some money. There is no need to extend Hammock Drive. These properties can be served by that little road around the teardrop. If you give back the money on the road, maybe they would have money for affordable housing. It would also be less roadway for the town to maintain at some point. It would also be less impervious surface, which meets more of our environmental goals. So just because Hammock's Beach was shown that it was drawn, and if you look at the neighborhood meeting packet, it's on page 450 where a question was asked, why do you have to have this road, Hammock's Beach, extended? It's stated because the developer stated that the town said so. Well, you guys are the town. Let's get rid of that far road. So then you preserve a little more buffer, you save the builder money, get your affordable housing, and this way you don't have all the traffic going through past Linda's house. So there are other alternatives, so I ask you just consider that, we have kids in this neighborhood that are going to be high schoolers that are not going to be able to go to Apex Friendship because there's no capacity. They're going to be driving. These stormwater ponds are very expensive. You've had other HOAs come. So let's make a little compromises here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was the last speaker signed up for this one, so we'll close the public hearing and it's back to council for both items for discussion, leading to a possible motion.
I do want to speak on this issue. Not that I haven't heard the issues with regard to safety and the folks who have spoken, but it is, I think, a very clear thing that our council has been very, very, very vocal on, which is our concerns about affordable housing get you to the next step in the conversation. I did not see the effort to get to the next step in the conversation. That next step in the conversation starts talking about other things such as our environmental concerns, our transportation, and things of that nature, in my eyes. I know my colleagues may place it somewhere else in that priority list, but I can say with clarity that all of us have, at least within our thought process, affordable housing being a high enough priority where it's something that we have been very clear with developers. That's something that we want to make sure that we are seeing in proposals. And we don't see that here. I cannot support this proposal.
All right, thanks for your comments.
Yeah,
Councilwoman.
you said everything I would have said regarding that, so I agree. I can't support it in its current form. We have the ability, this is an infill project, right? We have the ability to be super picky about what it looks like and how it could potentially benefit the community or be a detriment to the community. I think that there are not enough positives here, so.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just recognizing, yes, this is an infill project, right, which is what we like, and we like it because the alternative to infill projects is sprawl, right? Going further out in whatever direction. Transportation enhancements and the transportation plan are there for a reason, right? And these maps are published well in advance, right? And the objective is to provide interconnectivity throughout the town. It is frequent that we hear concerns from local residents around traffic, right, and traffic increase. But it also gives more avenues to get in and out of the neighborhoods, right? I think the realignment of the road is actually a much better plan than going straight through, right? Because it does take the speed out of that, the traffic traversing down that path, and a forced turn at the roundabout. Plus 35% RCA conservation, all good. That being said, right, I am extremely disappointed that no serious attempt was made to provide any affordable housing in this plan. That is pretty much table stakes, like my colleague just mentioned, right? We have been very consistent in that for years now, and I think we need to hold the line on that. So, I like the development in that sense that, I do believe it offers benefit to the community and the town, but I cannot support it without any meaningful affordable housing commitment.
Okay. I want to add about school capacity. There's another concern. I guess touched on the other stuff pretty well, but we do go to the school system for every rezoning, and we ask them to comment based on the data. Is there sufficient capacity, insufficient capacity, at what level? How does the construction schedule impact it? It's in the staff report near the end. The report we got back here from the school system wasn't particularly good. It indicated there's insufficient capacity at all levels currently, and that construction will address capacity issues at the high school level in the coming years, which presumably is Felton Grove. But it still leaves a significant gap at the elementary and middle school level. And we've been in this situation before, and this council's taken actions where we've requested 55+ communities. We've often delayed approvals. We've asked, this is not a great example, but on a larger parcel, we may ask if it's appropriate to sell a portion of the parcel to help the school system do it. I know the school system has some land banked in the area off New Hill Holloman Road, New Hill off Chapel. I'm not sure if and when that's on their construction schedule or how that fits in, but that's what the letter to them is for. So that report concerns me, and it's something I'll like to see addressed a lot about. Okay.
I haven't weighed in yet. It would have been nice when they built Buckhorn and Bellicasa and all the ones out there have that same report, because it would have shown these were causing problems to the schools in the future. But anyway, full disclosure, I sent the transportation staff a picture of a realigned road that when I saw this first version, and what you see here is a better realigned road in my opinion. We need this road. When Richardson Road floods, this will be an alternative. And so however long it takes them to fix that road, who knows, but this road needs to connect. And it's gonna go all the way to Sweetwater, so it'll be an important artery in this area. There was also mention of kids playing, and when the road gets built like this, what it does is take cars off other roads like Hall River. So, there's always a cause and effect for these kind of roads. And the fact that there's no driveways, at least in this portion of that road, I think it will actually be safer on Milano and on Hall River if this road gets built this way. But I agree with the affordable housing. I like to weigh that with the transportation improvements, which are, in my opinion, are kind of substantial. And if you kind of look at this, it's a lot of connecting roads. So I don't think this is the one to hold the line on. If we're gonna do that for everything, that's one thing. If we're gonna do it for pick and choose, I think ones that don't build as much infrastructure are the better ones to pick, in my opinion.
Mr. Halper, step up for a second. Just hearing the information, would you like to consult with staff get more time on this, or?
If we could get some clarity from the council about what affordable housing means to you.
It's well defined in our affordable housing plan.
Okay, so you want to see something that adheres to the town's definition of affordable housing.
Which is
And I'm asking because there's 17 different definitions of affordable housing, and I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped around which one you're speaking.
There's a very wide definition of affordable housing, and it is defined well in our plan.
Okay.
So, and our staff, I'm sure, would very happily help you with that.
That's what I was gonna ask. Did our staff, housing staff, were they in on this rezoning, or?
It was in the
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Johnson.
If the council would wish to, I'm not sure the procedure, if you'd want to hold the hearing open and give us a chance to go one more time to 2 decimal places with affordable housing, we promise we would take a look at that.
Okay.
How much time would you?
Well, I just want to hear, can we hear from Ms. Killian real quick, and then
Yes. Because the public hearing has been open, we have 30 days.
30 days.
And it's been closed.
No.
That's just for, that's, no.
Just for planning board?
Yeah, that's
If it's
not.
continued more than 60, we have to renotice.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a precedent for some of this, right? Certain date in the future.
To a date certain.
To a date certain.
But to clarify, we've closed the hearing.
Okay.
So
So what can we do?
Is there
you can continue it.
the request for a certain date?
He was saying to keep the hearing open.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Certain date sufficient to discuss with staff?
30, 45 days? 30 days?
What are our dates?
Do we have one in 4 weeks?
So do y'all?
We're done with comments. Appreciate it.
So do you want to continue to the second date in September, which is September 23rd?
Yes. September 23rd.
I'll make a motion that we continue this item and the transportation plan amendment, public hearing 1 and 2 until September 23rd.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman
I'll
Pillsworth.
second.
Second from Zigerman. Can we hear from you, Ms. Thompson?
Would it be possible to just provide some staff input at this time? There's a motion and a second.
Absolutely.
So in discussing with Russell, staff would recommend the transportation plan amendments with or without the rezoning case, if you choose to vote on those this evening, but either way.
What's the pleasure of the council? What do y'all think?
I mean, my preference would be they just put together.
Okay, you want to treat it the same?
Keep them together.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so we have a motion second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you so much. All right, public hearing 3, Apex Transportation Plan Amendments, New Hill, Olive Chapel Road, Jenna Schaus.
Hi, good evening. Tonight, I'll be presenting for public hearing number 3, Apex Transportation Plan Amendments along New Hill Olive Chapel Road. And these amendments are specific to the bicycle and pedestrian system plan map. This evening, we're looking at the section of New Hill Olive Chapel Road between New Hill Road and US 64. And this area is proposed to be developed as part of the Apex Gateway Phase 2C. The first part of the proposed amendments is to add proposed side path along the east side of New Hill Olive Chapel Road between New Hill Road and Amberlight Road, as this side path would connect to existing greenway as well as existing sidewalk along Amberlight Road, which provides a connection to the Triangle Math and Science schools. Additionally, this side path would provide a connection to existing sidewalk along the east side of New Hill Olive Chapel Road to the north. This side path will replace proposed paved shoulder along New Hill Olive Chapel Road between New Hill Road and US 64, as that bicycle facility is typically provided within the rural context, and that no longer applies to this section of New Hill Olive Chapel Road, as it serves as a point of entry for a residential neighborhood and 2 schools. So while New Hill Road further west continues north of US 64 onto NC 751, New Hill Olive Chapel Road ends at US 64, and there are no plans for bicycle facilities on US 64 due to concerns with high-speed vehicular traffic as well as conflicts with future interchanges. So given the addition of proposed side path along the east side of New Hill Olive Chapel Road and the lack of a bicycle connection north of New Hill Olive Chapel Road, it's recommended to remove the proposed paved shoulder along this section and maintain proposed paved shoulder along New Hill Road and along New Hill Olive Chapel Road south of the intersection with New Hill Road. This slide displays the construction drawings prepared as part of the Apex Gateway Phase 2C, and in the area outlined in red, it displays the proposed side path consistent with the amendments presented this evening. And planning staff, as well as Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources staff, and Transportation and Infrastructure staff recommend approval of the amendments presented tonight, and at their July 14th meeting, Planning Board considered and unanimously recommended approval as well. And I can try to answer any questions that you have.
All right, any questions for Michelle?
Just one question. So this is part of the Apex Gateway plan and therefore will be developer installed?
That's correct. They have proposed, they're amenable to the proposed side path, so they would do that rather than the paved shoulder.
Because the shoulder side would be on their side of the property, therefore they would have to develop that. This is on the other side. I just wanted to get clarification that they are still responsible for the development and installation of the side path.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The road's being realigned onto
Yeah.
their property. So it's going to be a whole new kind of road alignment. That's why they would.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why they would be adding that, presumably.
All right, other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open up public hearing for this item. For comment, Don Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. I just have one comment on any of these proposed amendments, zoning changes, transportation. I respectfully request Councilman Terry Mahaffey, who serves also as well on the Campo MPO Technical Advisory Committee, recuse himself from voting on any zoning or transportation amendments before this council. His role in the Technical Advisory Committee advises on regional transportation planning, presents a potential conflict of interest. For the sake of transparency and to uphold public trust, it is essential that decisions impacting our community are made without any appearance of conflicting responsibilities. Thank you.
I appreciate that, but I'm not on that committee.
He's not on technical.
The mayor is though, right?
It's not what your SCI says.
All right, we're good.
Thank you.
Maintain order, please. All right, public hearing is closed. All right, it's back to council for discussion. Lead to a possible motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, we move now to public hearing 4 and 5 being heard together.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. This annexation is associated with the rezoning following this in the next public hearing, so I'll present the information to you and just ask that you wait to make your motion until after I presented the rezoning. The annexation taking place is for 5 parcels of approximately 16.8 acres located in the New Hill area. The southwest portion of the map is shown here. Here's an aerial view showing the parcels in question that are requesting the annexation. As you can see, there's frontage in 2 places along New Hill Olive Chapel Road. Here, just another map showing you here kind of where the Apex corporate limits extends to. I did want to point out that I apologize that this map is slightly out of date. This area where my mouse cursor is at was actually annexed and approved recently in this past year by you guys as part of the New Hill Commons PUD development. So this section here, if you were to approve the annexation at the time, would incorporate this into the town limits. Just quickly touching on the type of zoning nearby, there's surrounding planned unit development, conditional zoning districts, medium density conditional zoning districts, and then Wake County residential 40 watershed zoning districts as well. All right, now move into the rezoning case 25CZ06, New Hill Olive Chapel Assemblage. Again, same location, located to the southwest of the town and located within New Hill. The applicant, Mark Altman with Davidson Homes, has submitted this petition for the 5 parcels, requesting to rezone 16.51 acres in size from the Wake County residential watershed to the medium-density residential conditional zoning district. Here we can see the property, again, as we mentioned, is located along New Hill Olive Chapel Road here. North of Old US 1 here to the south. It's not visible, but it's there. One thing I wanted to point out that this is surrounded by other planned unit development neighborhoods here. We have Woodbury to the north and northeast. Across the street we have Belterra, and then this section over here is the recently approved New Hill Commons PUD as well. Again, we just went over this, the current zoning map. This is currently zoned under Wake County's residential 40 watershed zoning district, again surrounded by other additional planned unit development conditional zoning districts as well. And should this be rezoned, this would be rezoned to the medium density conditional zoning district as shown on the map there. To touch on the 2045 land use map, I want to point to your attention that these parcels here have 3 different designations. To the north, we have the medium density residential. In the middle here, these parcels are the medium density residential / commercial services. And to the south here, we have the office employment / commercial services as well. So they're proposing, should you approve this zoning tonight, this would automatically amend the land use map, as you see here, to the medium density residential. So just as states currently, this is inconsistent with the land use map, requires the amendment. Town staff is supportive of this, given that the way these parcels are situated, we do not believe that commercial services would be the best fit or ideal use for this area right here. Also given that there is potential office employment commercial here, and then we have the approval for the development of the office employment commercial services as part of the New Hill development.
Can you talk about that a little more, like the history of that? Because I'm surprised a little bit that there wasn't maybe a discussion about like at least half of it being red or purple.
Sure,
or blue.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So the discussion we had with the applicant was that unless they were able to achieve getting perhaps more property to be part of this development, there was going to be significant challenges with having any type of mixed density residential development in there. Given they have to build the road, there's going to be the resource conservation areas, and then there's going to be limits to that, how much of the built upon area they're allowed to use. If they were able to maybe achieve more property, given in their talks with other property owners, there may have been the option for that. But after reviewing this, staff feels that this is probably more ideal, given that there's also these parcels here are still have single family developments, and they would be very close to any kind of access or entry point right there. It could just create issues with traffic, but the applicant can speak more to that with their conversations with other.
Okay. And one quick question kind of related to that is, presumably the New Hill Commons rezoning occurred during the process of this. So that didn't change the equation at all for you guys in that recommendation of the housing all the way to the south?
We're seeing that there's a natural kind of development of the commercial properties kind of developing along here. I'm sorry, where my mouse cursor is, where that commercial element will be, and we consider that this area will probably also be developed into that more commercial office employment area. I understand what you're saying, that this, given that there will probably be an intersection right there,
yeah,
crossing, that might have been an appropriate area.
Yeah.
You know, we just felt that given what we're trying to accomplish here, that this isn't unreasonable, and that there's an argument to be made that having this be more in line with the neighboring properties and developments to the north here, and that there's a medium density residential district here with look like fairly two built homes, that this was more appropriate, but that's our justification.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome, absolutely. Just a quick aerial view, just kind of let you look at this while I kind of provide some additional details and information for you. The Wake County Public School Systems did provide us with a letter, as they do with every rezoning. The letter of impact stated that Wake County Public School Systems, that middle schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning / development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity. For future students, transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area should be anticipated. School expansions or constructions within the next 5 years may address concerns. At this level, possible long-term solutions may include capping students out to schools with available seats, reassignments, or calendar changes. The applicant did hold their 2 required neighborhood meetings. The first one was February 26th of this year, and the second was May 7th of this year. The applicant did go before the Environmental Advisory Board on February 27th. At that meeting, the Environmental Advisory Board provided the applicant with 7 suggested conditions. The applicant has decided to offer alternative conditions to those that were suggested by your Environmental Advisory Board. So just to clarify, they did not go with any of the 7 that were provided to them, but they did provide their own freely. The uses that will be permitted as part of this rezoning consist of single-family detached units, minor utilities, and accessory apartments. The proposed conditions include enhanced architectural control designs that are consistent with the surrounding character of the area and offer and other recently approved rezonings in the area. I'm just going to touch on these additional conditions a little briefly on the first couple. These are the environmental conditions that you may be aware of. They're proposing to provide signage, 1 sign per SCM to reduce pet waste and prohibit fertilizer in locations that are publicly accessible, such as adjacent to amenity centers, sidewalks, greenways, or side paths. They're proposing to use only warm season grasses. And then number 3, they're going to provide at least 2 pet stations per 20 residential units throughout the community as well, and those will be in accessible places as well. Their 4th environmental condition they're proposing is signage for RCA areas and other protected areas of natural conditions to let them know that this area will be preserved in perpetuity and not to be disturbed. They are asking for relief from 1 UDO standard, and that is for the minimum side setback to be reduced to 5 feet. Additionally, there's some transportation conditions as well. The developer shall widen New Hill Olive Chapel Road and dedicate public right-of-way along the entire project frontage based on the minimum 2-lane, 36-foot wide, 2-lane rural thoroughfare, inclusive of a 12-foot wide travel lanes and 6-foot wide paved shoulders, roadside ditch, and construct a 10-foot wide side set path on the 110-foot wide right-of-way. Additionally, the developer shall construct a left turn lane meeting minimum NCDOT standards on New Hill Olive Chapel Road, and for the full movement and access when proposed, subject to Apex and NCDOT review and approval. They will additionally provide a stub to the south. This parcel here, there's a particular pin included that they will provide a stub to the south here, and they will provide a stub to the east when it's dedicated and they come in for a site plan. They'll provide a stub there. The subject has also, in condition 8, mentioned that they will work to try and obtain the easements necessary to build the side path from this end all the way down this end. They'll have to work with this property owner, and should they receive those, be able to obtain those easements, they will build the side path all the way through there.
Can I ask you about that one real quick?
Sure.
That was a little different than some of the ones we've heard where there was some kind of financial commitment if they were unable to obtain the easements. If the person said, no, go pound sand, it seems like there may be an out if the homeowners are not going to ever sell the easement. So is that a concern of planning?
It is a concern, but unfortunately, North Carolina state law, we can't require off-site improvements.
I know.
Yeah, so we are kind of handicapped. We have made it a point that we really want to see this connection made, and that we highly encourage them. But unfortunately, if the property owner, who they'd have to secure those easements from, does not wish to cooperate, then there's not much we can do to enforce that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I will say it's not ideal, but obviously the neighborhood itself will have pedestrian access, and there will be potential to go through the neighborhood around those lots to connect again to New Hill Olive Chapel Road. It's not as ideal as having that side path to go straight through, though.
Right. Yeah, I live near one, and people just walk in the person's front yard unsafely and not AD accessible, so it's not optimal. I mean, it's slow, and I don't think people will do it too. I think people will just avoid walking. They'll just drive to that grocery store if they can't walk kind of straight, in my opinion.
It's when the road's busy, it's a dangerous situation. You're right. This was reviewed by our Affordable Housing Department. The applicant is proposing a minimum of 2 units to be affordable housing at 135% AMI with a term length of 30 years. Again, so there's the next the final condition is just that homeowners associations should not restrict the construction of accessory apartments. That's a pretty standard condition that we have in Apex for our conditional rezonings. This planning staff is recommending approval of this rezoning with the proposed conditions provided by the applicant. Your planning board did hear this on June 9th and voted unanimously to recommend the approval of this rezoning as well. I will provide you with a statement of consistency and reasonableness. We believe that the proposed rezoning to medium density residential commercial zoning MDZZ is not consistent with the town of Apex's 2045 land use map, which designates the subject properties as medium density residential / commercial services, and office employment / commercial services. The development will be served by a public street that will align with future commercial and residential development on the west side of New Hill Olive Chapel Road. The location of the street will not allow for sufficient area for non-residential development within the area proposed to be rezoned. The rezoning does not include conditions requiring public street access to the area designated office, employment / commercial services to the south, as well as a public street stub to the east. Approval of the rezoning to the MDZZ will automatically amend the land use map to medium density residential. While this represents a shift from the original intent of the mixed use area, the proposed MDZZ zoning will maintain the character and appearance of the surrounding area. The proposed rezoning to medium density residential conditional zoning is reasonable in the public interest in that the rezoning will allow for the development and residential development, including affordable units, consistent with the character of the development to the north, which supports the continued residential growth in the area. Additionally, the rezoning will promote compatible development with surrounding land uses and contribute to an increased tax base supporting the town's long-term fiscal sustainability. The applicant is here and staff is here to answer questions as well.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Applicant, oh, I'm sorry, any questions for Mr. Benham? Okay, none. Thank you so much.
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. How you doing tonight?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group. It's good seeing everybody. It's been a little bit since I've stood in front of you all. You've drawn the long straw up until tonight, and you've got the B team from Morningstar here. On behalf of Davidson Homes, excited to be here. We've been working on this site for an extended period of time, and I want to walk through a handful of the items associated with. You can actually just leave that up. I'm good with the screen as it's shown.
You're not going to use your point.
Yeah, I'm good with this for right now. Okay. I'm going to talk through a handful of items associated with the big picture related to this case, and then touch on a couple of the questions, Mr. Gant, that you raised relative to land use, the recommendation that the staff has made with respect to amending the land use plan and why we agree that it's appropriate. As was mentioned, this is being requested for medium density residential for the entirety of the site. It's 42 homes. We think it's going to be highly compatible with what has been developed in this area. We think it's appropriately conditioned. There's 19 conditions for less than 17 acres, which is doing pretty well. In addition to the architectural standard conditions that we've got a variety of conditions related to the case, including commitment to do 2 affordable housing units on the site, which again is a for sale product in this area, is not always easy to achieve. We agree with the planning staff's finding on this case that this is the type of development that should be approved on this property, and certainly appreciate the planning board's unanimous recommendation of approval. With respect to land use, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about access. So early during this process, as we were just getting started, we learned of the development to the west of this site on New Hill Olive Chapel and where they were proposing access. And their access essentially dictated where our access was going to go. One of the things that we knew we had to do was to make sure that we were providing access in, generally speaking, this location here, and to get that access down to the south of this development. We also have to provide connectivity to the east of this site. There's some significant environmental challenges, topographical challenges to the east of our site that make a lot of the places where we would otherwise be connecting challenging. That really relates to land use too. Essentially what happened with the topographical challenges to the east of this site is that it segregated this site from potential future connectivity. And so when you start to lay this site out, and again, it's 42 single-family homes, when you start to put site access in, and it's less than 17 acres, we're curving a road down, and we work closely with the staff and always appreciate the staff's input on these things to start to anticipate how the site was going to lay out when we get to the site plan and subdivision plan portion of the process. But essentially, we're going to be coming in here, curving to the south, and then there's going to be a road that goes up and essentially serves as the main spine of the road, and then we're proposing cross access in this location here. And the result of that made it really challenging to have any meaningful commercial on the site. And so that's the nature of the conversation that we have with staff. And we tried to shoehorn some in, and it just, given the topographical challenges, the fact that it's segregated from other properties in this area, we were happy to work with staff and come to what we think is a reasonable solution with respect to land use in this entire quadrant, and that is that the land uses kind of closer to the intersection and certainly to the west are where we think those commercial uses are most appropriate. And so really just kind of wanted to walk through the land use side of the equation because it is impacted by access and topography. As you can tell, we've got a piece of property that kind of serves as a donut hole, which I know we don't love to see donut holes, but unfortunately those folks aren't inclined to sell their property. We have made the commitment to providing the construction of that sidewalk in the event that they're willing to sell. Right now, we haven't received feedback from them as to whether they're willing to sell that easement, but I know my client is interested in doing that and is willing to make the commitment to be able to provide that as part of the case. So with that, happy to answer any questions, but again, we think this is the right use in this location, especially given everything else that's going on in this area. We think that we recognize that amending the comprehensive plan to take non-residential away is not typically something you would want to do, but being able to deliver the affordable units that are being proposed with the site, along with a number of the other conditions, we think represents the right trade-off as it relates to the development of an unusually sized and shaped parcel, which isn't really big and doesn't give us a whole lot of flexibility to do much of what we would otherwise like to do. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you all might have. Also happy to let any other members of the public speak, and we're going to be here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Barron. Appreciate you. Any questions for Mr. Barron?
Mr. Barron, can you comment on the environmental conditions and your refusal to accept any of the recommendations from our environmental advisory board and what you're offering instead?
Yeah, so if you look at the staff report, and there's, as you're aware, the EAB recommends a number of conditions. There was a number of things that we did make commitments as part of the case, and staff ran through those, but we've got a handful of conditions that are typically seen in developments of this type. The stormwater control measures having signage, reducing irrigation requirements by selecting plant-only warm season grasses, that we're installing 2 pet stations, and so we're including a lot of things that you would typically see. We just weren't able to provide all of the requests that the EAB made at this time.
But some of the very typical and very inexpensive requests, like using native plantings and things like that, even that was declined, right? So again, I'd like to understand your rationale for, okay, we'll have our sign in the yard, by the SEM, right? And we'll put a pet station up, but that's about as far as we're going, versus, other, again, reasonable and not very expensive options that are very common in any of the developments that we're seeing here.
Yeah, and it was really just my client's process of reviewing the development, figuring out what they could make commitments to as part of the zoning case, understanding that there are certain things they can and can't do. So I certainly understand where you're coming from and respect your opinion on those things. They just weren't things that we were able to make a commitment to.
Okay. There's also a very inexpensive item which I don't think we've approved a rezoning without solar conduit for years now, and that was denied as a request. So I'm pretty concerned about breaking precedent here for that type of thing. I agree on, very inexpensive things like, our native plants and things like that. All those things are, we need more flexibility here.
Okay.
On those things, so.
And I'm happy to talk to my client about those things.
Can you describe the any consideration you guys made for the sidewalk, off-site sidewalk, and if you are unable to obtain the easements, has there been discussion about if the town has to build ourselves, kind of a.
What the anticipated cost would be?
In past ones, we've had some kind of financial thing where it's some kind of expected cost of the sidewalk if the town ends up having to build it.
Right.
Has that been considered?
In terms of what the overall cost is, my client is not terribly concerned about the cost of providing the linear feet. I don't know what that is, but I'm happy to get that answer from my client.
Okay. We've had a couple the rezonings where it's been included.
Yep.
Some kind of financial thing. In the event the town has to come in and do it, which is obviously not
ideal,
preferable compared to the kind of the developer being able to build it when they have the equipment out there doing it anyway. So if they stonewall, then we're stuck with nothing right now.
Yeah, certainly. Again, if we don't have the ability to compel them to sell us the easement, we don't have the ability to compel them to sell us the easement. That's a fact for sure.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. All right, we'll open up public hearing for these two items. No one signed up to speak, so the public hearing is closed. Discussion time.
Can we take a short break again?
You want to take a short break? All right, how much time you need?
5.
5 minutes, all right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right.
The women's room was full last night.
Just kick me on it. Trying to get a motion. That's weird, right? Yeah. Kick me. That's weird. We'll fight here, right?
The meeting will come to order. Thank you so much. So we come back, we're at discussion, and then Mr. Barron, do you have anything you want to say before we start discussing the item?
Yes. We would like to offer a handful of amended conditions with respect to condition 17 related to the sidewalk. We'd like to add the following condition, or the following provision to the end of that condition, and that's that in the event that the developer is unable to acquire the necessary easements and right-of-way to construct the off-site side path through good faith negotiations with the property owners, developer shall provide an engineer's estimate for the total cost of the side path plus property acquisition to be reviewed and approved by Apex and pay a fee in lieu in that amount. Thank you. For the sidewalk. And then with respect to the EAB recommendations, I'm going to write all of this out before I leave here tonight, but I'm going to refer to page 5 of 7 of your staff report, and we're going to add the following suggested EAB conditions. The first one is the one that's listed first, and that is that the project shall increase biodiversity with perimeter buffers, common owned space, and other landscape areas by providing a variety of native and adaptive species for the canopy, understory, and shrub levels. A minimum of 75% of the species selected shall be native or a native of North Carolina. Also would like to add the next immediately following one, so they're not numbered, but essentially the second one that's listed on that page, and that is that no single species of native or adaptive vegetation shall constitute more than 20% of the plant material of its type within a single development. The next condition we want to add is the fourth one that's listed, and that is that no invasive species shall be permitted. No single species of tree or shrub shall constitute more than 20% of the plant material of its type within a single development site. We're also going to follow the next immediate one and add it, which is the fifth one, which is HOA covenants shall not prohibit clover, non-turf, or native grass lawns. And then last, we'd like to offer the eighth one listed, and that is that all homes shall be pre-configured with conduit for a solar energy system. Apologize for the confusion.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions, comments?
Just want to say thank you for adding those conditions.
Yes.
Okay. Still disappointed in have the 220 volts in the garages. Like, that's important to me.
All right. Anybody else?
I would just add that, I think we balance the land use map and the changes, take that seriously. And so I think an exceptional development is necessary for me to want to change the land use map amendments. So I appreciate the changes that were made. I think that makes it a lot better of a development. Thanks. Especially the sidewalks, which I just really want those to get connected. I was involved with the rezoning of the houses, and I realized the gap that was created, and I really hope it's filled up now. Thanks.
Very much appreciate the effort put in here and coming back and talking about these. I mean, our environmental advisory board has worked really, really hard to set these types of conditions as possibilities, and I think our communities are better because of them whenever we have developers willing to follow what these are saying. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the changes. I am curious about the 220 outlets in the garage, though. That seemed like an interesting thing to say. We're gonna say no to that. That just seemed just odd.
Coming from 4, the 5 have EV.
Right.
No, 5 of 5, right?
Well, and I'm an EV driver as
Yeah.
well. But my client is fine with adding that one as well.
Okay.
Is there a motion? Appreciate it.
I'll make a motion to approve
Sorry.
with the added conditions.
All right, so we got a motion.
And the annexation, yes.
Okay, all right.
I was gonna give a couple comments. I appreciate all the conditions that were just added, right? I am concerned still, that's when we talk about affordable housing, we're still referring to 135% of AMI as being affordable, right? I've publicly done the math here, right, to show that at 135% AMI, you're talking about a home sales price of, in my math, north of $600,000. the applicant at the time said $500,000, let the truth be somewhere in the middle, right? But, that's a home price, let it be $550,000, which, in my book is not reaching the markets that we're trying to reach with our affordable housing plan and affordable housing policy. So I appreciate the condition that's in the zoning application, but I just don't think it is the type of condition that we're looking for. Secondly, I have concerns about swapping commercial designated land for residential, especially in this area. There is next to nothing out here, short of the the zoning that we just did a couple months ago, to the west of this property. But we want these regional commercial hubs to redirect traffic away from all the traffic, going into town, right? Having more local options, right? And especially here in the New Hill area, where none of that exists, right? To take a sizable chunk of commercial property out of the land use map, right? In an area where, we really want to see more commercial services. Even if it's, smaller stores, pet grooming, hairdresser, whatever, right? Like, you don't need a whole lot of land. So the rationale offered for why this is not a great place for commercial, right, is just not sitting well with me, because it just, feels a little hollow, to be honest. So I appreciate all the environmental conditions that were added. That takes one of my big concerns off the table, but certainly the 135% AMI and changing the land use designation for a good chunk of this property. With that in mind, I'm still not supportive of this rezoning request.
Okay.
So we have a motion.
We do have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
Okay.
You want it?
I'll take it.
Okay. All right, there it is. All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Okay. Mr. Vosberg, did you want to recognize someone?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a second to recognize someone who's been with us over the summer, and today is actually his last day. He's going back to school. He was our summer intern. He's going back to Virginia Tech. But Thomas, if you wouldn't mind standing up, he was an administration intern this summer for us.
We need keys.
Yeah, he did. He did a great.
Battle, right?
He did a great job for us this summer. Worked on some special projects, and so we appreciate your work, and we wish you good luck in going back to Virginia Tech.
You didn't play Enter Sandman for him.
Mr. Mayor, just point of clarification here. We just did one motion. I think there were two public hearings that we just addressed, like the annexation.
She put it in motion.
You combine them in the single? Okay, sorry, I missed that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just coming to ask that same question.
You're good. No, she actually stays in the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's thinking, right?
Yeah.
With the conditions and
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have
All right.
a coach over here.
Annexation number 799.
All right, good evening. So this is the annexation for the St. Paul American Coptic Orthodox Church on Cully and Holland Roads. It's 4.0626 acres. You can see it's kind of in the middle western part of our jurisdiction, located there at the corner. They are proposing, they do have a site plan for this property, and so they are proposing to annex in order to get town water and sewer. And town staff does recommend approval of the annexation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Hearing that, we'll open up public hearing. No one signed up. It's closed. Back to council for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second, Zuckerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public hearing 7, resolution tax-exempt bonds related to Grace Christian School.
I'll do that.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. I appreciate your time today. I also appreciate the town clerk and the town attorney for helping me guide through this process here. I'm here requesting the approval of the issuance of bonds to finance the Grace Christian Academy out on adjacent to the Veridia development. My name is Brandon Lewis, and I'm an attorney at Parker Poe. We are bond counsel for the school with respect to this financing. We are not asking the town council to approve the project. We are just looking for approval of the bonds purely as a result of the TEFRA, or Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1982. The regulations specify that the town's, the project's jurisdiction, the highest, which is in this case the town council, approve the bonds because the bonds are intended to be tax-exempt bonds, which means the interest on the bonds is excluded from the holder's income tax, considered somewhat of a subsidy for the school in a construction process, but it will save the school over $40 million in debt service payments over the course of the bond's debt service period. The town has absolutely no responsibility whatsoever for the payment of the bonds or the debt service or the project. It's just merely, I don't want to say perfunctory because it's something that we do for every transaction with a 501c3 entity, but we are looking for the approval. That's more of the tax stuff. That's kind of the boring stuff. I also want to open it up to Eric Bradley and Jen Stack to discuss the school itself if there are any questions, but I can answer any technical questions you might have with respect to the TEFRA rules and the public hearing.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, this is unfamiliar kind of thing for us to do, and I was wondering, do you have the information about why that law was passed? Was there some kind of bad example that caused the law to be written in the 80s?
I was 12 when I think it passed, but I believe the legislative history, it sort of says since the federal government's, subsidizing is not the right word because the town of Apex can obviously issue debt on a tax-exempt basis, and a C3, a 501c3 designated organization, which the school is, can also issue debt on a tax-exempt basis through a government conduit. That's what's happening here. You had a similar project 6 years ago for Thales Academy. You had a similar approval, but it's basically, since that project is, quote, subsidized by the, by not having having the tax-exempt interest component, which means the interest rate would be lower than, say, a typical bank loan. We need to open that up to not only the town council, but also to anyone in the public that wants to discuss or have a discussion regarding the project, because this is the community, this is going to be part of the community, and they should be able to discuss it and, questions, concerns. We want to be here to answer them if there are any.
Okay, thanks.
That's the rationale.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We'll open up the public hearing for comment. Dawn Casalino.
Dawn Casalino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening. I'm here tonight to address the request to approve a bond issuance for Grace Christian School. I didn't hear how much it was for. I had to read through the agenda. It's for potentially exceeding $135 million. While the proposed resolution clarifies that these bonds do not constitute a debt to the town, I want to share some important concerns. Government accounting and bond issuance are complex areas, requiring careful oversight. When a transaction of this magnitude is on the table, it raises a critical question. How can the town effectively audit and oversee such a large financial commitment? The absence of clear traceability and accountability, combined with the bond's size, creates a risk to public trust, even if the town is legally protected. The concern is heightened by the current leadership gap in Apex's finance department. At this time, Apex does not have a permanent finance director. It is troubling that we are considering such a significant financial action without the guidance and expertise of the town's top financial professional. Additionally, the timeline for public review is concerning. The official public notice for this hearing was published on August 3rd in the News and Observer, which is a subscription-based publication only, for a hearing occurring today on August 12th. So 9 days is insufficient window for residents and stakeholders to thoroughly examine and understand such a complex financial proposal. This limited notice undermines the purpose of a transparent public hearing. Before moving forward with this motion, I urge you to consider the message it sends about fiscal responsibility. Approving major financial actions without stable leadership and adequate public review risks undermining the integrity of Apex's financial governance. Therefore, I respectfully request the Town Council table this motion until a permanent finance director is in place and has had an opportunity to review the specifics of this project. Our community's trust and the town's financial health deserve nothing less than a deliberate and well-informed process. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. The public hearing is closed. Last person signed up for this one. And back to council for discussion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem, second Gant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we move now to public hearing number 8. Rezoning case number 25CZ02, Jordan Lutheran Church. Killing it again.
Alrighty, Joshua Killian here again with the Planning Department to present rezoning case 25CZ02, Jordan Lutheran Church. This rezoning is located just south of Beaver Creek Commons Development and east of North Carolina Highway 540. Just a little background, the property is only 6.22 acres and has recently undergone a little bit of site disturbance as part of the now known as Henley development, or previously known as the Chapel Ridge North Apartments. In this slide, you can see an aerial from October of 2024, and the most recent aerials that the town has shows the site looking like this, which will help explain some of the zoning conditions that have been offered by the applicant. So a little bit of background about why we are here for this rezoning. Jordan Lutheran Church originally had a minor site plan approved in October of 2019, and construction drawings were approved in March of 2022. But in August of 2021, the Unified Development Ordinance was amended to change the use church or place of worship from a allowed use in the rural residential zoning district to a use only allowed by special use permit. The property owner had the option to either proceed with a special use permit or to rezone the property to a zoning district that allowed the use church or place of worship by right. And since that time, the minor site plan has also expired, so this is all a brand new case and brand new plan set. The current zoning, as I said, is rural residential. The land to the south and the east are planning and development conditional zoning. To the north is a planning and development conditional use. And the zoning to the west across Beaver Creek Commons is planned commercial conditional use. The applicant is proposing to rezone the parcel to planned commercial conditional zoning with the primary intent of building a church on the property. Additional uses have been provided by the applicant just in case they are not able to develop the parcel as originally intended. The applicant held neighborhood meetings on December 16th, 2024 and June 23rd, 2025. This rezoning was reviewed by the Environmental Advisory Board on February 27th, 2025, and the suggested conditions and applicant responses have been provided in the staff report. A Wake County Public Schools letter of impact was not received for this rezoning as there's not an increase in residential entitlement for this parcel. The 2045 land use map identifies this parcel as medium density residential. The proposed zoning district is not consistent with that land use classification. If this rezoning is approved, the land use map will automatically be updated to commercial services for this parcel. This is consistent with the high density residential and commercial services area to the immediate north, which is the Beaver Creek Commons. So just a little bit more of that congruency for that. The planning board held a public hearing for this rezoning in July and unanimously recommended approval for this rezoning. Planning staff also recommends approval of rezoning case 25CZ02 as the proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest, as the conditions in the district will restrict vehicular access to Beaver Creek Commons, and it will require the dedication of a 30-foot public sewer easement to facilitate construction of public infrastructure as described on the town's sewer system master plan. And we've also received one public hearing email from Josh Dix with Trammell Crow. They are the developer of the Chapel Ridge North adjacent development. Any questions for me at this time?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No questions from Skilling? All right, we'll move on to the applicant. How you doing, Pastor Merker?
I am well.
Good to see you.
Look, we see you every couple months.
I've made it a habit to be here. Council members, Mayor Pro Tem, it is great to be with you. It's actually a joy to be before you. I learn a lot about the process. You guys have taught me a whole lot about this. I mean it. You probably know this. I think I'm a better pastor than I am town planner and developer. So if I have in any way learned something, you guys have taught me it all along the way. So for that, I am grateful. With me this evening, I have some members of the congregation who probably, it's really not hard to see. They're all seated right there. So it's just great to have our leadership here, those who are helping in the planning. We've been here in the town for quite a number of years. And Josh Dix, for many of you know it, some of you on the council were here when we spoke in 2019. And our plan was moving forward. And then a few years later, we spoke and just shared that we just want to do well by the town. Our goal is to realize, can we get the best roads, get the best connections? And we spoke in favor of the case there, so we just asked Mr. Dix and said, hey, if you just do the same, hopefully you guys all read what he shared in his packet. The goal is just that if we can do it better, that all of us at the end of the day love being in Apex. I love this town, and I can't wait to see what we all get to do together. So we're very excited about where things go and where they are. So in 2009, just kind of share with you what you've all heard many times before. We started as a congregation because of growth. Growth has been this whole discussion all night long. But one of the interesting things is when we did pause our development, I just thought it was good for you all to hear. We shared it with the planning department as well. We didn't stop. The property, while it has in many ways to people sat idle, I have people who say, so we see you say your future be there. When is the future? In some ways, the future is now. Now is us doing life together. So we used that property at Chapel Ridge for a multi-state disaster response event, brought people in from all over, and then who knew that 5 days, 6 days before we'd meet, there'd be a disaster and we'd have water and others sitting there. So we had mobile food trailers. We practiced, had things out at Jordan Lake and prep, because when you have a disaster, you don't know if you have power. Our goal is to be there to help. We are training people all the time in our congregation to help in these cases. It did not flood Chapel Ridge, but we practiced what that would look like. What is it to muck out a house? Letting people do that, train on it. Most people don't like when you rip out the drywall in your house. But it's great to know that volunteers who do these things are practicing on the property. Well, after we did the practice, we then said, let's let Apex's fire department come out and have some fun. I will share a humorous side with you. The fire department was very excited they got access before the police department. They said the police normally get all the fun, and the fire department was very glad to have the fun. So for about 2 months last year, they were able to go out there, and many of the fire stations went out. While I was out speaking to some of the fire department workers, one story I think is worthy of sharing. All of our officers are highly trained. I mean that. But one looked at me and said, I am trained. I have never done this on a roof pitched that high off the ground. I've trained on it 3 feet off the ground. I lead a truck, and this is the first time I've been able to do it off the ground. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I know it seems small, but let me tell you, if I have a fire at my house, I'd love to know the person who's on my roof has done it on a roof up on a pitch before. That house no longer exists, but I can assure you they had a lot of fun there. A lot of fun. So we just want to share the things that we were doing along the way. As you know, certainly Josh Dix from the Henley spoke. One of the unique things that came out in the case, just there were some things as roads and different things were maneuvering going forward. We did answer the call when there were some questions. We worked with the town to sit there and then just had a private agreement with that developer. We offered an extended temporary construction easement to solve what honestly would have been a, we'll just say, issue. The issue resolved itself because the church stepped in, and that issue was done privately to make sure that the town could function better. Do I think it's better for them and for us and for the town? I do. But these are some of the things we were doing that you will not hear officially before the council because it wasn't an official action. But it did happen, and those conversations happen, sometimes difficult ones. Some of your staff has had conversations with us, but we're better because of them. But I just want to make sure you, as you look at this case, realize we have not been sitting idle. Our goal is to try to help. One of the other things we'll share, that will be replanted as RCA if you approve the case tonight. So what you now see as grass that's out there, that will all come and be densely set. I was encouraged by the town that also helped us to understand that along Beaver Creek Commons, the original plan was to have those trees removed and put the sewer easement in that grading. It's been pulled out. All the trees you see there will be retained. So we are trying to retain as much as possible, and I had to learn that. Town staff said, Pastor Merger, we're trying to make this better. Let us make it better. I'm grateful for them helping me. I need to learn as well, so I'm grateful for that, but just want to highlight these things as we move forward. So the realigned easement that you see there, it's pulled out. It was mentioned we have removed direct access to Beaver Creek Commons Drive. That was permitted through what we had, but we removed that in the previous case. But when years pass, sometimes as council members come on to remember, we've been granting lots of things along the way. This has been many, many years in the case, and I know one that came up in planning board, but just to highlight this to you as well, it was decided many years ago that this case and cases in this area would be decided on a case-by-case basis because there were some very unique situations surrounding this greater area that the town just decided that rezoning cases would not be looked at holistically, case by case. We present to you one of those case-by-case bases this evening as we look at it. So that is why that was not done previously. It is why rural residential kind of stayed and was hanging out there for quite a long time. Many of you probably looked at your packet, but just to highlight what this really looks like, there is that orange easement that comes in. Our civil engineer is here if you have specific questions. But I'll also highlight to you, it was the town staff that actually drafted the language that you have before you. They worked with us and they said, why don't you let us take a first crack at it? We'd love to do that. And in so doing, there was some granting for us in both the eastern and southern boundaries to allow us to change some grades and grade in buffers. And I certainly know some of you in notes and other meetings you've shared, retaining walls are very expensive. So what you allowed us to do is not have to build additional retaining walls in exchange for the easement that we are granting to the town. If you approve this, you allowed us to remove some retaining walls, but also make sure all the buffers will still be maintained. So we're grateful for the town having, again, not easy conversations, but better ones. We're better for the conversations, and I'm grateful for each of you who helped make that possible. So our hope is just to move forward at whatever pace we move at, which appears to be more long than I had even thought, but we're excited to work with you. We're excited to be here. We've been in the town for quite a while and can't wait to do more with all of you. So if you have questions either for us or our engineer, we'd be glad to answer.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Pastor Murphy?
Just a comment,
No,
just to
please.
say thank you so much for how you've worked with the staff. I mean, this is, I know many times when folks are working with staff, there may be the impression that their job is just to make things as difficult and as painful as possible. And I think what you've learned is that the staff is really trying to do everything they can to make things as efficient and as good as possible for not only for you, but for everybody else. So appreciate your flexibility in doing that. It means a great deal. The staff has said glowing things about you guys, so that's always good.
Thank you. I mean, it's kind of fun to watch the process and see how the wheels go if you step back and realize it's a process. It was fun talking to Joshua, who you're a wonderful man, Joshua. If you guys don't know it, he really is. But just a neat thing where in one of our phone calls, we were talking back and forth, and I said, well, Joshua, I just want to get it so when we get to the meeting that we can all smile. And he goes, I get that. I kind of see that now. Our goal is to live here with you all. The truth is we eat in the same restaurants and we drive the same roads. And I can't wait to do other things when the town has needs, and certainly the mayor and others. When there's a need, Jordan Lutheran Church wants to help, and we're looking forward to expanding that. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate it.
Really appreciate it. It's your time. You guys have been very patient. It's time to get this done. All right. Did anybody else from Jordan Lutheran, they were signed up to speak, did they want to come up as part of your group?
Signed up just to say that they were signing up.
Okay. I understand. All right, very good. All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for this item right now. And we have one speaker tonight, Don Cozzolino.
Dawn Casalina, 3632 Bosco Road. I think it's a great project. I hope it is a church. I hope the trees are maintained. I think that's wonderful to adapt this project and its significance into the community. I just really hope it, because I heard the zoning was, it could be different zoning, it could be upzoned. So I just hope it's not a case like the Apex YMCA, where there was good sentiment around the project and it became something else. So I really hope that's the intention here and that will be the future here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public hearing is closed. For comment? Back to council.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion is Zigerman.
Second.
Second, Killingsworth. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. All right. All right, public hearing none.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Bruce Fennell, Planner 2 again. We're bringing before you a couple of UDO amendments to bring to your attention. The first amendment is to amend section 8.3.4E, location of residential driveways standards, in order to change the residential parking standard that measures the length of the driveway from the ultimate right-of-way line. So you can see here below, the original text has been struck out and the new text has been added and bolded and underlined. The new text states that driveways serving all residential property shall have a minimum length of 20 feet measured from the ultimate right-of-way or from the back of sidewalk if the sidewalk is located on private property. Any questions on this amendment? No. Okay. Move on to the second one. This one is a quick update to our intensity and table here. Section 5.1, intensity and dimensional standards. We're revising the maximum built upon area percentages for developments in the B1 neighborhood business district and the TF tax flex district as well. As you can see here on the screen, for all other uses, they were listed at 65% of max built upon area percentage. We're just raising that to 70% to be consistent with the other uses. There's been instances, I can't think of a specific one, but something has come in that seems very similar to a use that's allowed to come in at the 70%. We believe that this is reasonable in the best interest of the public.
That's not for you.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, welcome up public hearing for this item. No one signed up to speak. Is closed.
Motion approved.
Motion Gant.
Second.
Second, Zigerman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, new business one.
Hi, good evening. Tonight, Russell Dalton and I will be presenting the Tingen Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Crossing Feasibility Study updates. And we're going to be kind of tag teaming this, so we ask if you all wouldn't mind holding questions to the end if possible.
Thank you.
So starting out with the agenda of what we'll go through tonight. So starting out with the project overview, then Russell will present the 4 design alternatives. Then we'll present a summary of the public engagement completed to date. Then the recommended alternative, which is alternative 4 or the tunnel. And then next steps in the feasibility study process. And finally, we'll ask town council for a recommendation on the preferred alternative, and we'll ask for the tunnel as well. Starting out with the project overview. So some history on this project. The existing Tingen Road at-grade crossing of the railroad is required to be closed upon the opening of the Apex Peakway Southwest Connector Bridge, and that's currently under construction and is anticipated to be complete in fall of 2027. The pedestrian and bicycle, either bridge or tunnel, is proposed to replace the existing Tingen Road vehicular crossing. And this project is included in the State Transportation Improvement Program for design funding. So the purpose of the feasibility study that's underway is to study the opportunity to maintain connectivity for cyclists and pedestrians to cross the CSX S-Line railroad tracks at or near the existing Tingen Road crossing. as well as determine the relative need for this project and whether to move forward with final design. The study area is displayed on the exhibit to the right and is outlined in red, shown here, and the 4 design alternatives that Russell will present all show crossings of the railroad tracks west of Tingen Road, and the purpose of this is to minimize impacts to the properties along the east side of the roadway. So the exhibit on the left displays the existing and planned active transportation network. Again, the study area is displayed here in red, and this is the proposed grade-separated crossing as shown on our adopted plan. Additionally, there are 3 more potential grade-separated bike ped crossings within the larger vicinity of this project, and those are displayed with the pedestrian crossing symbol. When Tingen Road is closed at the railroad tracks, the closest bicycle and pedestrian crossing of the railroad tracks to the west will be at the Apex Peakway, and at the east will be along South Hughes Street to East William Street. If the Tingen Road crossing is constructed, it would connect to existing sidewalk along South Salem Street, as well as existing sidewalk along James Street and Tingen Road. Additionally, there's proposed greenway along the west side of South Salem Street, proposed shared use path along South Salem Street, proposed bike lanes and side path along Tingen Road, and proposed side path along James Street, and proposed side path along Tingen Road. The exhibit on the right displays adjacent development and infrastructure projects, again with the study area outlined in red. And it's anticipated that overall demand and desire for bicycle and pedestrian connectivity along Tingen Road and into downtown will just continue to increase with the proposed development, including Grace Christian School, the NC Children's Hospital, and Viridia, as well as the extension of Justice Heights Street to the Peakway, the South Salem Street Bicycle Lanes project, and the proposed S-Line Mobility Hub, which would serve as a center for transfers for multiple proposed local and regional bus routes. So I'll hand it over to Russell to present the 4 design alternatives.
So first of all, to give you an introduction to how these plans are laid out, if you look at this image here, the top is our plan view showing that layout, and these are images shared at the public engagement workshop. Down below, we have a grade profile showing you how steep it is and how long the route is along that section, as well as a legend on these that's going to show where we have greenway and asphalt, concrete sidewalk, a proposed bridge or tunnel footprint, and then bypass staircases where we can actually shorten the route for people walking that don't need the ADA path along that section, as well as existing pavement to be removed for the closure of Tingen Road, existing property lines, and we had a couple of major water lines in the project as well, which are important to avoid, particularly with structures. So the first option here, this first alternative 1, is a north overpass loop. So our greenway corridor actually loops around on itself with a structure going over. So first of all, to orient you, this is the intersection here at Justice Heights Street and Tingen Road. There's an existing traffic signal here. So if you're coming from downtown, you happen to be on the north side of Salem Street, you would cross here at the signal, cross across this island, travel down a path along the east side of Tingen Road. Then you would cross back over the existing Tingen Road alignment where it's going to be closed to loop around where the greenway loops over on itself. And you can see in the images off to the right-hand side where you see a structured portion of a greenway, and also where it loops back over itself from a trip we took to Raleigh, demonstrating very similar to what this would look like. And then it has to go across over the railroad tracks and then has to come back down to grade before getting back to the corner of James Street at Tingen Road. The second option, this is a bridge without loops. So as you can see here, it follows the same route down the shoulder of Tingen Road for the greenway, but instead of having a loop back on itself, there's a longer route traveling up on a structure before crossing the railroad and coming back down to grade here at the corner of James and Tingen. And in all these alternatives, there are bypass stairs on the north and south sides. And again, that's if you're walking along this route, if you're not on a bike or in a some wheeled conveyance, you can actually walk up the steps and shorten your route. So that provides an option for pedestrians. This one, as you can see, we have a couple options over here, a couple images over here, the Henshaw Greenway and Cary. It's just a greenway entry on grade. And then also we show switchbacks on a structure. This again is Crabtree Creek Greenway in Raleigh, which we saw in the previous images. Finally, our last bridge alternative, alternative 3, we actually have north and south overpass loops where the greenway loops over on itself. The biggest difference here in alternative 3 versus 1 and 2 is your route actually travels down Salem Street instead of down Tingen Road. So if you, again, are on the other side of Salem Street, you cross at the signal, we would have to modify this signal to allow crossing to get across at the intersection to continue on this path down Salem Street, where you would continue on the greenway off-road, where it loops around on itself before crossing over the railroad tracks and loops around on itself again before getting back to that same corner at James Street and Tingen Road. And finally, the only option we had for a tunnel, it follows the same route as alternative 3 going down Salem Street. But the good thing about the tunnel is the railroad's fairly high, and if you can see in the vertical profile below, we're following pretty closely to existing grade before we get close to the railroad tracks to have to go under. So it works real well from a grade perspective over on the Salem Street side. There's quite a bit more grade to make up on the other side, and you can see at both ends of the tunnel we have some larger entry points to help facilitate where the greenways connect. But then once you get out of the tunnel, you have to come back up to grade to get back to the corner again at James and Tingen. And on this option, there's only one set of bypass steps, and it happens to be on the other side of the railroad tracks over at the James Street side. There's some examples of tunnels over here. The top one is an example of what's called is from a boring machine. It was done in Cary, so it cuts out a circular opening, and then the greenway's paved through that. We would probably propose something more like an open cut where we would do jump spans to maintain railroad traffic while we put in a culvert. So it would look more like a box, like the second image. And then the third image here is just an aerial view of that the tunnel connection in Cary. So in summary for all these, we talked about there were 3 bridges. Last one was a tunnel. Structure length is very important when it comes to cost on these projects. So you can imagine, 1,285 feet of structure length for that alternative 1 is going to make that a very expensive project compared to a 105-foot long tunnel in alternative 4. So and then alternatives 2 and 3 are in between those lengths. As far as the length from James Street to Salem Street versus bicycle versus ADA route, bicycle and ADA route versus walk with staircase, your longest route is actually alternative 3 overall. The shortest route is the tunnel, and then the tunnel is still the shortest route even with staircase bypasses. The staircase bypasses help the overall route for alternatives 1 and 2 be more comparable with the tunnel, but alternative 3 is still a much longer route compared to the others. The grades are fairly moderate in alternatives 1, 3, and 4. The bridge without loops, the one thing you lose without having the loops is you end up having to have a steeper grade, which requires some landings along the route for ADA compliance. So that is one concern, and we did hear some community comments about the steepness of the approaches for any of the alternatives. Again, we talked about was the longer structure contributes to the highest cost on these projects. The lowest cost we would anticipate would be with the tunnel. As we talked about, the approaches for these, 1 and 2, they go along Tingen Road, whereas 3 and 4 are along Salem Street. Alternative 2 is the only one that has landings. It has a 1 landing in that case, and then we showed alternatives 2, 3, and 4. We also asked the consultant to quantify tree clearing. That would be more refined in the next stage of design as we get 15% plans. But all the clearing is relatively comparable. It's all between 1 and 2 acres. With the tunnel, we might want a little bit of additional clearing for sight into the entrances to the tunnel because there were some concerns about safety and visibility, so that is something to consider. Okay, now I'll bring Jenna back up for public engagement.
So for the public engagement summary, a design charrette was held on May 22nd, and the first part of that meeting was a smaller stakeholder meeting, and we had 17 attendees representing the town, NCDOT, Campo, Apex Elementary School, and residents from the Justice Heights neighborhood. Following the smaller stakeholder meeting was a larger public meeting, and there were 46 attendees and 30 people completed comment forms. Following that, the Design Charrette Day, an online comment form was available from June 3rd to June 17th, and we received 17 responses. When asked about the overall impression of the project, 81% of respondents noted either very positive or somewhat positive, while 6% noted very negative or somewhat negative. When asked for their preferred alternative, the vast majority of respondents noted alternative 4, the tunnel, with 30 people noting that is their top preference. The next preferred alternative is alternative 2, the bridge without loops, and the least preferred alternative is alternative 1, the north overpass loop. So I'll provide a summary of the public comments. These are the comments that we heard multiple times through the public engagement process, and Russell's gonna highlight some of the comments in terms of pros and cons of the tunnel specifically. But what we heard from the public is to provide adequate lighting and visibility, particularly if a tunnel option is selected, to incorporate public art. And there was a question of the cost and the investment in this project given the number of users. There was a comment to provide a safe route to Apex Elementary School and a preference for the shortest and most direct path. And Russell mentioned that we heard those comments to minimize the steep grades with the selected option, and to provide connections to existing sidewalk and proposed greenway. There were also comments from the community to maintain pedestrian crossings of South Salem Street at Justice Heights Street when Tingen Road is closed, as that's currently a signalized intersection. And I'll hand it back to Russell for our recommended alternative.
So in terms of what Jenna was talking about with pros and cons, we have a tunnel alternative versus all 3 bridge alternatives in this case. So the pros of having the tunnel would be more public support, least anticipated cost. It's also the shortest distance, least change in grade, and it's the shortest structure. There's less potential impact to water lines, as we found through looking at the different bridge options. And some of the comments were concerns about visual impact. A bridge is certainly much more imposing than a tunnel would be on the surrounding area, particularly if you're viewing it from residential areas. Some of the cons with the tunnel are tunnels typically need stronger justification to CSX versus a bridge. They would typically prefer us to go over rather than under the railroad track. But we have our consultant on board. They talk to experts. We'd also have NC Rail Division staff engaged. And we believe we have good justification to provide to CSX for the tunnel. CSX might favor boring under versus the open cut, where we would do temporary rail bridging with the open cut. Boring under requires a little bit more depth. That's the only drawback to that, so it makes it a little bit longer route. We have about 5 feet more depth to go before we start getting into drainage issues, so that would be a concern during the design process. And if we go to that next step for final design and start working closely with CSX on final plans. There are also some comments with safety and visibility and cleanliness with a tunnel. So some people have a bad image in their mind of tunnels. Some of those can be overcome with providing good lines of sight, providing good lighting. You can also incorporate things like public art to make it a more attractive area. So there are things you can do to address some of those concerns. Additionally, we did have some comments from Planning Board. They did ask about lighting for the approaches, the Greenway Path. I think that's a great idea. They also asked about solar lighting. I did reach out to Apex Electric, and there aren't really good options for solar lighting because you have issues with, I think you'd have to have self-contained batteries or some kind of battery system from a solar unit to supply to the lights. That could be something we can investigate in the future. There may be more options for that down the road. There were also questions about the proximity of the path to Salem Street, where it runs alongside Salem Street. We would work on a design where we provide at least a standard uniform utility strip along there, which is typically 5 to 6 feet along the thoroughfare. Then you would have your 10-foot path along that corridor. That road is I believe a 2-lane, 3-lane road in our plans. It's not a 4-lane divided road. So it's one thing that we have that's a benefit in this area where you're not next to a very large roadway with this greenway. There was also a question about the treatment of pedestrian crossings at the intersection of Tingen and Justice Heights. So we would look at reconfiguring that intersection to add crosswalks as needed to serve the greenway connections, which would be very important. And they did ask about the cost of boring under versus open cut. Boring under would possibly be more expensive. You wouldn't have the temporary railroad bridging with boring under, but you still interrupt railroad operations because you can't be running trains while you're actively boring under the tracks. There has to be that effort from CSX for flagging rail traffic. You're also going a little bit deeper, so as we talked about, it's a little bit longer, so that adds a little bit of cost to it as well. So as far as next steps, so later this year, we would move to functional design. Those are 15% plans of the tunnel option, if that's what's chosen. We would hold a functional design public meeting later this year, and then early next year, we would come back before Planning Board and Town Council for those public hearings before we decide to move forward to the next step. Following that, we would issue our feasibility study report again early next year. So tonight what we're asking is for a possible motion. It would be a motion to select the tunnel alternative, alternative 4, as a preferred alternative for the grade separated bicycle and pedestrian crossing of Tingen Road and proceed with functional design. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and I'll open it up to questions.
Right, good job, Russell, Jenna. Thank you so much.
I have a question about drainage here. So there was a comment mentioning that. And I know we deal with this at that railroad bridge all the time, right? When it rains a lot, it floods. So this is pretty close proximity to that. Do you anticipate drainage issues here?
With what's proposed for our design, we do not anticipate drainage issues. We are able to get positive drainage. We should not need pumps. Again, sometimes it's hard. We can't fully plan for like 10 inches of rain in a couple days, so there's always a possibility of some drainage issues with massive storms of that type. But for typical heavy summer storms, we should not have issues with drainage with this type of design. So we'll work with a consultant on those design requirements. Any designs that come into the town are reviewed by all TRC staff, which includes our stormwater experts as well.
Do we have any funding estimates other than lowest? And do we have a source of funding identified?
We don't have cost estimates yet. That would be the next step before we come back to you. So part of the reason this was split up into functional design and then the next stage, preliminary and final design, is to find out if we want to proceed to the next step of this project, knowing what costs we may anticipate. It will be millions of dollars. I can't give you a good gauge right now, but as again, structure cost plays into it a lot, and we'll have a number for you when we get to that next step.
When you say get to the next step, is that the 15% design, or is that the design complete in 26?
So we will have, by the time of the public meeting later this year, we will have feasibility cost estimates to share with the public. So by the time of that meeting, you will see what that cost is. We had 2 options built into this analysis, thinking that it was going to be a bridge and we might have 2 different bridge types. Since it's just a tunnel, we have talked to our consultant about what the 2 different tunnel alternatives may be, because typically if you're going under, you're just doing a typical box, unless you're boring under, in which case that would have to be a different option with a little bit longer length. But we'll explore that with them and see if we've got an alternative that we can share to compare as far as those 2 costs. They should be relatively similar in cost. We wouldn't expect a huge difference, but we would expect much higher costs with a bridge.
For full disclosure to you guys, my colleagues, I've ranked this last every single year on the CIP projects. And it's mostly the concern of number 3 on that list of concerns is cost versus usage. Especially because the mobility hub plans, you may recall, has a pedestrian bridge that would be connected across 55 that would be connected along the train tracks to this area, presumably. No, the list of concerns from the public. Yeah. So do we have data on number 3? Not the second part, the number of users or possible users.
We do not have hard numbers existing or projected. Am I correct in that? Yeah.
I thought this study would that be part of it, and I was a little surprised when I read the report. I was like, well, this concern, we need to answer it, I think, before we proceed. I strongly believe that. As the pedestrian guy on the council.
Are you saying like the access? Do you understand the importance of the access?
How many people are using it right now? I know it's not a proper sidewalk, but like.
You're looking at one.
Okay, there's one.
Yeah, and
maybe some in the room,
hundreds of people.
Do we have? But I want to know how many.
I get that, but this is a smart alternative access. We got to have it.
Well, okay. The alternative though is along the train tracks and crossing 55 and getting to the mobility hub. That to me provides some of the connection to downtown that was desired. It wouldn't be directly across the street to the neighborhood, but I think in my head, at least, most people are trying to get downtown versus to the neighborhood. So, but I don't know. I'm imagining myself as a pedestrian around here, and I'm not seeing the need versus that other alternative that we're going to probably invest in with the mobility hub.
I want to ask Russ, like, why didn't we just do a pedestrian count, like as part of we do pedestrian studies all the time? Why not like go out there real quick and count them?
Well, we could certainly do that. It's not typical that you do cost-benefit analysis on a pedestrian connection of this type, but you certainly could get existing data out there.
I mean, it's not a proper sidewalk, so it's a little bit unfair, right? But
right.
People do it, and it'd be nice to know how many, because that gives probably a fraction of the possible future usage.
It would be even nicer if CSX didn't ask us to close this crossing.
Well, yeah, but
we did approach. I mean, to be fair, we did approach them early on about doing the Z-gate type crossing like we have at Thompson Street, and we're told that they just don't do those anymore. And we came back to this, option of either don't cross or you have a grade separation.
I do have a question about the justification that we have to provide to CSX, because it seems a little odd that we have to provide more justification to go under as opposed to putting a structure over that seems to be much more in the way of the trains.
Yeah, it's the difference between us building a structure that's completely separate from their tracks versus supporting their tracks. That's the difference. That's their concern.
My question on this is timing too. So we don't have an estimate of when this might happen at all. Okay, we're also having a discussion about potentially helping CSX relocate completely out of town eventually. So to me, like if we're having that discussion, does this crossing still need to be closed at that point in time? There's a lot of like moving pieces here that I foresee we may have a different outcome. So
I think they would say yes, whether the switching station's gone or not, is they want this crossing closed. And I think even the North Carolina passenger rail, the S-Line people would say the same thing, because the trains are going to be going about through there more frequently if there is passenger service. Can I ask one more question about the design? Did staff ever consider or do back in the envelope designs on a tunnel that would go all the way under Salem as well and connect to the future Greenway near Salem Village?
We didn't explore that, but we received that question and we reviewed that with a consultant. Their concern, obviously, we wouldn't do like one option, do a really long tunnel. We probably would not propose something like that, because then people would be walking through a really long tunnel and there would be a comfort level with that.
But they wouldn't be crossing Salem, so it'd be safer.
Yeah, well, that's true. But based on the grades, based on the distance here, what we would probably end up with is 2 tunnels with daylight in between those tunnels. Because if you do a very long tunnel, then how do you get to the tunnel? And the issue with the north side is you have to go, what the consultant said, is well beyond Salem Street to get to a point where you can outfall that drainage.
Okay.
So it makes it much longer beyond Salem, and then you have to get back to Salem Street somehow.
Did that second tunnel be built with this design? Like, is it independent of the tunnel design here, or the preliminary design here?
So there's a couple ways you could do it. I mean, you could certainly expand this project to investigate 2 grade separations, which is way outside the scope of what we're looking at, in our opinion. I mean, that's a lot of extra work. That's beyond the scope of what the federal funding was for. Or it could be studied at the time when the Greenway is prioritized. So currently, Parks and Rec staff looked at this. That greenway is 10-plus years out. It's not on their high priority list, and a grade separation was not really, they've got other locations where they would rather fund grade separations versus Salem Street.
Okay. Yeah, it's a kind of a minor greenway. I get that. Won't be too heavily used. Okay.
And we can, and one option is we looked at, you can potentially amend the transportation plan to run 10-foot path instead of 5-foot sidewalk from that greenway connection up to Justice Heights Street, which gets that connectivity and improves that route. So.
Okay.
All right, you need a motion.
Excellent. Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve for design the tunnel alternative 4.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Motion Killersworth, second. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna vote no, but it's because of that proceed with functional design. I don't think we should be doing that yet. So I think the tunnel is better, but that second part of that statement, if I could break them apart, I'd like to do that. Are you willing to do that? Break them apart? Tunnel v. proceed?
So any council member can request a question be split. It's like your right to request it be split.
Okay. I'd like to split those if you don't mind, those two questions, so separate votes.
So, but without the functional design, how would we ever get like a cost estimate to validate or weigh the concern that you're worried about?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the usage I don't believe in. I think the cost is going to be high.
I heard you, right? But we don't know what we're dealing with in terms of cost, right? If this is a $2 million project versus a $5 million project, that changes the dynamic a little bit, at least in my mind, right?
Yeah.
So
if it's 100 people a day versus 1,000, that also matters.
And so I'm not beyond asking for a pedestrian count, right? As furthering the study here, but I do think that we need at least the high-level design up to the 15% mark, right, to get some cost estimates so we can put it on the CIP and prioritize it, along with the other requests.
Wasn't the design federally funded? Or is that just
This is the federal funding, was the feasibility,
right.
Yes.
Mr. Dalton, what you got?
Yes. So this is we phased this out. So this is feasibility study. We are asking to proceed with functional design, which is only 15% plans. We will be coming back to you early next year after the next touch point in order to get authorization for preliminary and final design. So we're not actually going into the full design plans yet. I would also offer that we can schedule a pedestrian count out there at the railroad tracks in the next month, and bring that data to the public and to you by the time of the next meeting?
I'd like to see that. I mean, it's hard without a sidewalk there right now to know how many, but I just...
And that's kind of the, I fear that a pedestrian count is still gonna be an artificial number that doesn't give us we don't have a sidewalk there. There are, in my opinion, too many variables that are gonna impact that number. So even if we get a solid number, I don't know if that's a number we can trust.
Well, we know people cross it by car probably because they feel unsafe walking. We don't know the numbers of that either, though. How many?
Right.
I would imagine a fair amount of people cross too, because there's a school right there, elementary school right
But it's not in the zone. I think we ascertained that before. It's not. The Justice Heights is not. It's not in that school.
Yeah,
So
but you go to the school not just for the school. You'll go to play in the playground and you
right,
go and,
but not the kids
hang
for
out and
school.
stuff.
It'd be the facilities.
Okay. Motion?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the motion as it is, because I think we need this functional design as part of that at a minimum.
All right, we have the original motion, second. Mayor Pro
Can I ask a
Tem.
clarification? Do we have a cost estimate on the 15% design, roughly? Yeah. Without a count, a pedestrian count included?
The cost estimate of construction, yes, the engineer's cost?
The 15% design, the next step. How much are
Oh,
we gonna
so
sink
we
in
are
that
we
step?
are already scoped and funded for feasibility study through 15%, and there is also additional budget that would go toward preliminary and final design. We may need to supplement that budget depending on the scope and fee that's determined at that stage. So basically, we're not. This is an extra touch point. I probably should clarify that we didn't originally anticipate doing. So we originally anticipated taking it all the way through the feasibility study and presenting our preferred alternative, but we decided that it was better to bring that to the council to let you choose the preferred alternative before we do further design on that and get a cost to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
All right, we good. Motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1, passes, all right, thank you. Next one, special events policy update. How you doing, Ms. Lisa? Good.
Hey, it does work. All right, good. So, good evening. This is about some proposed changes to our community special event policy. It's almost 2 years since you guys adopted it. It was actually August 10th, 2023, so welcome back. And now that we've had it, and it was successful, it's kind of time that now that we've seen how it works, how we can like modify a little bit. And the reason that we're kind of talking about this is we're trying to better meet the needs of the different event organizers, because each event is different, and then also balance staff resources. So there's 3 main sections to this, and one is a tier system adjustment. Second one is a walk-run parameters, and the third one is how to move forward with new events. This is the current tier system that you guys approved back in 2023. A lot of it focuses on attendance numbers and alcohol. And moving forward, I think you guys know, everybody asked me, how people came to your event? Who knows? I mean, we've tried a lot of different ways to ascertain that. So attendance numbers are a hard thing to gauge. And town services are really what we're focusing on. So this kind of shows you what we have right now. And this is what we're proposing moving forward. So we are one of the only municipalities that does not charge event organizers in the community for events. And so while I understand that's a very important thing to us to make sure we can continue doing these events, we do want to kind of put some kind of parameters in place. And so what we've come up with are some budget thresholds. And these thresholds are not something that the event organizer would pay. It's what they have in kind from town services. So this way people can come through and they can say, I want this, this, and this, but they can't say, I want the world. I want to close down everything, you know, and some things like that. And these thresholds were based off of numbers that we have been tracking. You guys have seen some of those numbers before from different events. All of the budget thresholds pretty much meet the current event that we have right now. There is one exception to that, and that's at Tier 4. Tier 4, we do have Peak Fest that does exceed that budget threshold, but there is going to be an adjustment to that because with the Salem Streetscape project, if that does go forward in January, there is no way that Peak Fest can be downtown. One of the largest factors and costs for our events are police and trash. And we've already discussed the trash issue before, but police closures downtown, having to maintain all of those and the FEMA rates for all the vehicles are very expensive capacity, like all of our events downtown, Old Fashioned 4th of July, because when we moved Pig Fest to downtown, from downtown to campus, closing off campus is super easy. There's only 2 entrances and exits, so it's a lot less police staff. So we do think that whatever with this, we will be able to bring down those costs and it will not affect the event at all. The new budget thresholds kind of take into account like the different numbers of town services, the length of the event. Right now, we don't have any control. When an event organizer says, I want it to be 12 hours, I can't really say yes or no. I mean, does it really warrant 12 hours? I don't have a way to adjust it from year to year. Like, oh, we had it 12 hours. Maybe we should have it 6 because the last 6 hours, nobody did anything. So we're just trying to put some parameters in place for the event hours. The number of closures, certainly none of these is gonna, I mean, with the Christmas parade, we're not trying to affect anything or stop any closures. We're just trying to limit what people can ask for from the town because I'm not sure people are aware the more closures you ask for, the more expensive the event is going to be. So this is in no way trying to limit what people want to do. In fact, it's trying to offer them more options. So for example, if there was an organizer that came forward and they said, I'm a tier 4, but it's not enough, they can always come to you and say, hey, we really want to have XX more, you know. This is how we would kind of lay out down below the different tiers. How people would kind of like lay out in those. And some things like this, you know, people had asked me, well, maybe this should be over here, maybe that should be over there. What we're asking for is when people make the application that we would be able to determine the tier that they are in. So we can determine from year to year because events grow, events shrink, and that we're able to determine which tier they would fall in. And of course, if they were not in accordance with that, they could come to you and say, hey, I think maybe we should do something different about that. So this is sort of where we are right now with that. And I kind of made a list for you of what the options are for the different services, you know, from park operations, police, fire, public works, different town spaces people use, the closures that we most often see, resources, because right now there are a lot of events that need tents. There are a lot of people that come to us, they want our misters, they want to use our spider boxes. And instead of saying like yes to you and no to you, we just have it more across the table where we have these options available to everybody and everybody sees what we have, and as long as we have them, we can provide them to those event organizers. I think that'll take away a lot of the uncertainty for some of these events who maybe can't afford some of the costs for some of the things they would like to do to grow their events. These resource rates were the ones that were approved if there was a for-profit event that came through. So some of them we kind of put forward like with tents and things like that. And this is just meant to be a guide for people. Nobody's going to exceed their budget thresholds with those events. Because like I said, if you're looking at tents and you want a tent, it's $250 per hour, right? But what we're really trying to do is limit the more expensive things, and that's going to be, you know, if you have 20 food trucks, I'm gonna need to have both park ops and public works out there doing trash. You know, maybe we don't need 20 food trucks, or if you wanna close down 80 different times the street, maybe your footprint is too large for the town, because at some point, if we're spending, you know, close to $76,000 on an event, is that really a community event? Is it really a town event? Do we want to have any more control? And that's what I'm asking you guys. So that's the first thing that we're talking about. And then you have examples of different tiers of the events that we have, so you can kind of see that everything is pretty much in line. So when I'm talking about a tier 3 event and I'm giving a $10,000 budget threshold, we don't really have an event right now that exceeds that. So there is a chance for them to grow. And I'm certainly I'm open to looking at these thresholds. These are ones, I don't want to use the words, I made them up, but I mean, I based them off of things that we had seen before, and I'm happy to have a conversation about that. I just want to have some parameters in place. And these are the tier 4 events, and like I said, if you look right here, when you see that Pig Fest was downtown, it cost way more than when it was on town campus. So it's going to cost a lot less money to move some of these events in different places and to have fewer closures and to have a more solid footprint, because right now an organizer comes to me and says, this is what I want, we're going to do it this way, and oftentimes, you know, they're not as aware of some of the factors that we have in place, like do they know how much it costs for us to close this down? Do they really need to close like 6 more streets down, or could we really put it in this frame? So that's number 1. Number 2, every day, I don't mean every day, but pretty much every day we get applications for walks and races. And we've kind of said no to that because we don't want to be closing down parks. We don't want to be closing down these spaces all the time. And it's really hard to say yes to you and no to you. We have a few that have come through. Of the Leon Herndon Memorial Walk, less than 100 people, never been a problem, very few town resources. And then we have Chamber Run, which does close down a lot of different streets in town. And so looking at these and wanting to expand this more because we have such a need for it, trying to put some parameters in place. So if you were an event like a walk or run, and like the Leon Herndon, it's less than 100 people, we don't need to have a big hoopla about that. We could probably have more of those. We certainly don't want to have one every single month, and nobody can have them, you know, 6 times a year, but we want to put some redundancy things in order, but we seem to think like we should maybe be saying yes to more of those. Some of the races, we had hoped to have the Pleasant Park track open, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. I would say we do the turkey trot at the community center, at the community park, and it works really well. And for some of the conversations that we've had with police, they really want to have more police presence, especially when we're closing down roads and streets and barriers. So something like the Chamber Run, wanting to have it run all through the town, maybe we want to put that at community park, or maybe we want to kind of look at some of these things because we want to have more races. But if we're going to have more races like the Chamber Run, are we really going to want to close down the streets and Apex all those different times? And if we do, it's going to be a lot more expensive, because from what I've heard from Chief Johansson is he doesn't want to just have 3 cops here. He really wants to secure it and lock it down. So I kind of want to talk about and get your ideas on how we do that. I would propose that the tier 1 events would be the ones less than 100 people that don't really require a lot of services. Anything that would be a tier 2 through 4 would be more than 100 people and would need to go through the special event process and would be counted as a special event. With that in mind, I do want to talk about, that kind of leads me to the next point, and that is new events. So right now we have 54 plus events, and we have the Saunders lot under construction. We're getting ready to have the Salem Streetscape come online. But we do also get a lot of applications. We've kind of said, let's have a moratorium, let's not add any new ones. But we really do have a lot of really cool applications that come through. Like there's one in particular for the Asian American Pacific Islanders Month event. They want to kind of come in. They're a one-stop shop. That's Jennifer Martin with local Raleigh. She knows what's going on. We had the Triangle Russian Festival wants to come back. So I kind of just want to talk about as we open up doing more walks and runs, and we keep getting these new applications, because the new application period is December 1st, and really that's for a 12 to 18 month portion of time. Do we want to take on new events? Do we not want to take on new events? I don't know if it's fair to keep our application open if we're really not going to take on new events. Sort of how you guys want to move forward with that. A couple different policy changes that I want to also add to it. Like right now it says special event coordinator. I want to change it to special event team. I want to remove the word contracts. We do not do contract with event organizers. Legal's like, no, no, no. Listen, we should just take that out. Add in language. I mean, some people have asked if we do have a community event, giving it the town at least one space. So if anyone from the town would like to have a booth or presence there, that we have that. Taking out this piece about having tier 4 only having alcohol at events. I forgot to mention that in the beginning. So in our original tiers, you had to be a tier 4 if you had alcohol, but in the new system, we don't really care where you are. I mean, you can kind of have alcohol at any event. You don't have to be at a certain level. So kind of taking that out. And then it brings me to the question that we've talked about before. I know you're like, Lisa, will you bring it up again? Yes, trash. Trash at events. I want to talk about that. Is that something that we would like to take on as a town? Are we going to try to put that on community organizers? I'm happy to go either way, but I do want to be consistent with what we do, because some of our organizers are doing their own trash, some of them are not. So decision points. Number 1, do you want to move forward with a new tier system / budget thresholds? Number 2, for walks and races, because they will be essentially new events, do you want to have a ratio of walks to races to special events? Do we want to create that? Because technically these would also be new events. So even though we'd have a new policy, we wouldn't be taking on any new events. How we want to balance that. And then just in general, how would you like to move forward with adding new events? I mean, I know we keep telling you that we're overworked, we're overrun, but maybe we relook at the policy, we look at events and we say, hey, this group's getting 4 events. Maybe they only get 3 events a year, so we can do something else. But maybe these are really great events, so we shouldn't do that. I mean, how should we move forward? Because if we do have this new application deadline, December 1st, I would hate for people to put events in knowing that we're not going to approve any new ones. So
can we take these one at a time?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I know it's the end of the night, and I know that I talk fast. So I was trying to slow down, but also go fast.
All good.
Okay. This was the slow down version? Just clarify.
Can I ask an overarching question first, if you don't mind, Audra, was I've decided on a lot of these events it's best that this council does not make the decision, because I think we have a hard time saying no to people and all that. So is there an options where it's delegated to the maximum to you and to you?
I think that's what this plan offers.
Okay.
So that's kind of what we're looking, because it's been, I want to say willy-nilly, but we've had a lot of events evolve over time. There's some inconsistencies, so we're trying to put some parameters in place that you will generally bless, that then we can go and administer, and it won't have to be a back. There still could be opportunity for council input, and if someone doesn't agree with the staff direction, it can still come to council. But if we can get these parameters in place, it gives us pretty good structure to proceed with. Also, before you get to the third point, I want to mention that in October, we are bringing a work session item that's going to talk about some new ideas that we have around new events. It's a very exciting thing. So we are certainly would love direction tonight, but I would say on point number 3, we've got some exciting ideas that we'd like to mention to you in October that may kind of drive you in a different direction. So if we could focus on 1 and 2 primarily tonight, and 3 we'll take any direction you give us, but I would hold off on full direction until October on that piece.
I have a question. So this sets kind of in-kind limits for each tier. If an event in a certain tier wants to exceed that limit, could they fundraise and provide that?
Yeah, they could just pay for it themselves.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
they could get the services themselves. They could hire trash.
Or
They could hire, yeah.
I guess I'm saying could they pay the town of Apex and say, well, I want an extra 10, so here's an extra $250 or something?
Well, they could, but Jessica Hoffman's like, oof. Yeah, so I was trying to avoid that. That would be a more complicated process. So what I was trying to do is, this is what we're offering, and it's a very generous offer. If you'd like more, how about you procure it?
I think this is a lot of great work. You've went into a lot of detail about all these options, so which I greatly appreciate. It's a lot more objective in the measures, and that is very helpful for people that are wanting to do events. It's also helpful for you to make decisions related to this. So I greatly appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I mean, I'm ready to talk about all these things.
Let's go.
If y'all are doing it. Okay. Does the town want to move to a new tier system with budget thresholds? I think it's an amazing idea. I think we should do it.
I agree.
I agree. Great work.
Good.
Okay.
Lead on.
And then walks and races at tier 2 to 4, essentially new events. What ratio of walk races to special events does the town want to create? My thought on that is, how much extra work is this going to be for the team to be able to manage?
If I can do it at Apex Community Park, I can contain it like I can do on town campus. Having events run through town is a lot harder. So.
Right. So my thought then would be, that should be within your power to do, to say, you know what, this is not really an appropriate thing to shut down 6 roads in Apex to do this, but it's fine if you go around, the lake and do it there. So I think that should be within your purview to make that decision of what's appropriate there.
As well as the number, right? Like, what can you accommodate in terms of net new activities, right? Because, 54 events that we're already supporting as it stands, right? So how much are we, able to take on just in terms of raw staff capacity? Yeah, I think that this is within the purview of you in the department to say, I'm going to accommodate 1 a quarter or 2 a year, or whatever you think is reasonable and appropriate, right? As well as the venue for those events.
I agree.
And I mean, most of these races and walks, we're not asked. No one said, hey, we need a half marathon or anything that requires that, or have we?
Yes,
Have we?
yeah, but we pretty much say no, but what we'd like to do is say yes to some of the smaller ones that we could certainly, what we don't want to do is close down greenways. And I know like City of Raleigh has a moratorium like on races because they want to close down things all the time. So that's why I put in a redundancy piece in here at the bottom that basically just says, hey, we're going to do on a first come, first served basis, so nobody feels like, why would you choose Ellie and you didn't choose me? And the other one is like, we can't keep having the same shelters, greenways, and parks affected weekend after weekend after weekend, because we have to have rentals there and different things so that we would have like a pretty good idea. So that's kind of what I'm saying, like we would add some but not add every.
Well, and I can imagine too that once Pleasant Park, that pathway opens, this will change.
Yes, that is,
right?
When that opens up, so many more. Yeah.
Right. So we'll get there eventually to be able to have capacity for that. So I would say whatever your capacity is, I think you should be the one to determine that. As far as the policy changes, I've looked through all of these. They make sense to me. So I don't see a problem with those.
All right, so motion.
The only thing that seems to be missing from your list of cost options is that spider box that you keep mentioning.
Oh, yes, yes. Well, they don't really have a cost. I'm still waiting on that. And we also have misters that are not on there because misters. So there's those fans that blow water. We ended up going ahead and buying 2 of them, and we have let events use them. And, both of those fees would be nominal in comparison to like a closure. So we're still waiting on what we would consider to be a fair cost for those.
And are there any of these services that, we are essentially just like spider boxes? I'm assuming we have a set number of spider boxes. We're not going out and renting
3
spider boxes just so that.
Yeah, we have 3, and then we actually have one that's kind of a homemade one that I would count as 3.5.
That sounds safe.
Yeah, it is, but it's not from the elected department. It's kind of been put together, and it does work. But what is great is and I can't say enough how much I want to thank you guys, opening up the town hall parking lot and putting more power there has saved us a lot. And a lot of events have moved, and I think they see like when they have power right there, and it's a lot easier for them because now every place on campus pretty much has power. So that's super helpful, whereas it's kind of shoddy in some places downtown where we could and could not offer power. And I know with the new Saunders lot, there's a question about where all that would be. So it looks like if we can kind of keep moving things where they are, we won't need as much of those. I mean, we will need some, but we'll have several options for them if they would like to move. I'm not trying to push everything on campus because I understand we also have programming, but it is a really good option for us.
And just to confirm, you thought about the campus and maybe downtown too, and the facilities that are needed, kind of long term, that multiple festivals could use the same facilities, and kind of thinking about the future, like long term future, where we buy a lot of this stuff and it's kind of just a common good and maybe charge.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, so and I have some ideas, but I don't want to I want to dot and get you excited about October. But there are some different things that we've been thinking about that would go along those lines. I don't want to tease anything, but as we build things, we put in new electric pedestals so we can start activating them as event spaces, because sometimes we're just bringing power to a field and we're using water and battery acid. No, we're not, but I mean, kind of about trying to get electricity and water out there. So making sure that we're doing the smart planning as we move forward for event spaces, because this town is growing and the events are growing. And
how specific do you want this motion?
Oh,
I can say move forward with this.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Yeah, okay.
That work?
We all know.
Okay.
So there's your motion.
That's my motion.
Second. Mayor Pro Tem, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, I'll see you guys in October.
Appreciate you. All right. Oh my goodness.
We have jerry-rigged spider boxes. This is.
All right, we'll move right into it. So colleagues, I want to bring before you Unified Development Ordinance, UDO possible amendment discussion, student parking in residential areas. And the first thing I want to do is really present the question, how do we get here? And I can remember back in my time as a police officer, I can recall there were concerns presented in Noel Estates, which is right across from Apex High School. There were many vehicles parking on lawns in the residential areas. My daughter was probably one that committed that, but that was before there was an ordinance. But I'll get to that in just a second. At some point in 2018, there was a UDO established to restrict that parking opportunity. And then that went for a while, and then it impacted Apex Friendship as well. And then in 2020, there was another amendment made that really caused even more hardships for parents and students. What I'll share next is, again, how did we get here? I want to really just talk about Apex Friendship High School now. Take the attention away from Apex High School. If you look at the history of friendship, most of you know it. We've heard the history. We know who was there. Tuscaroran Indian named Tommy Stewart started the community before the Civil War. Free blacks, English settlers, Native Americans working together to bring peace to the community. It wasn't about us versus them. It wasn't about we're gonna win, you're gonna lose. This was about doing what's right for the entire community. What I ask you to do tonight is completely honor the past of Apex Friendship and erase the negative past of people who tried to do what was right for the students at Apex Friendship High School. I know that you're gonna look at it as, well, they committed some wrongs. They violated the law. We're aware of that. We understand that. But I want you to look at the intent. You know, my police background always talks about the intent. What was the intent? You're an attorney, you know how that works. That young lady, I'm gonna call her a young lady, although she's been in that house, that property for 52 years. I think I might be the oldest one on this council. Maybe. Yeah.
I think it's close. Like, why are you looking at me, man?
I think he was looking at me and I was trying to.
Well, my point is 52 years, I'm not sure who's reached that, but I'm going to talk about Annie Scott. known as Miss Annie to students and parents. Why is she so famous? I thought Jacques Gilbert was popular. I know that's a joke these days, but she's really a popular lady because she is solution driven. And I think that's what needs to be reminded tonight about what she's trying to do for the community. The other thing is, you all know Wake County public school system, they're facing hardship. They didn't build the parking area to be suitable for parents and students to park. My estimation, what I'm hearing is like 400 plus. That's a lot. We got this lady here, Miss Annie, who's trying to do the right thing for the entire community. And I want you to take a look back there, who's sitting with her. Those are the original Friendship community members who support Miss Annie. The history. They're also members of Greater Christian Chapel Church, some there, who also support that they're also providing this student parking opportunity. I go back to taking away us versus them. Now, I just want to be really clear and say this. Take me out of it. Take me out of it. If you find fault with what I've done to bring attention to this issue, take me out of it. Don't make it personal. If you look at how two parents that don't get along, they use the kids to get back at each other. Don't do that. Look at the opportunity it provides for parents and students. It is personal though. The first slide, Sloan. That's her dad beside her. We got something in common. We love Dallas famous chicken and biscuits. But we also have two daughters. My daughter I care about, and I would do anything in the world for her. So why am I talking about my daughter and his daughter, Sloan? It's because going back to Apex High School, my wife and I didn't have an opportunity to take her to school because we had jobs, we had to work. She had to get to a job right after school. So a friend allowed her to park on their lawn so she could get to and from work. Driving a huge Denali. And by the way, she wrecked it. But we got it fixed. But my point is this. I would do anything in the world for my daughter to make sure she's safe. And that's what it's all about tonight, community safety. That's where I want to go next. You know my background. What I'm concerned with is if this UDO change is not considered, and I'm putting it on us, we're not looking for solutions to keep kids safe. Because what will happen, and you know I have many relationships with students, youth in this area, they're going to drive to school. And they're going to park way far away, and they're going to try to walk where there are no connections or sidewalks. Not to mention when daylight savings, low light, and they got to get to school. You have a son that went Apex Friendship. Mm-hmm. He won the lottery.
You won the lottery?
Yeah.
You did.
So did my son. Logan went Apex Friendship. So it was a house divided. We had one at Apex High, one at Apex Friendship. He won the lottery. But not many kids will win the lottery. What do we do? Some may say it is not our responsibility. And maybe it's not. But I will argue it is. They're residents of our town. And I know who I'm looking at. We all are solution focused. And we try to find a way. Community safety. What I'm concerned about, going back to low light, going back to lack of connections, if something happens to one of those poor students, I'm going to take it personal. And I know their parents will too. There's Jackson. I talked to his dad 2 nights ago. He said, you can use his name. He has a 4.4 GPA. I don't even know what that means. But he's also a soccer player. He's an athlete. He needs a vehicle to stay after. Sloan and Jackson also have something in common. They're dual enrollment at Wake Tech. They have to have their vehicles. They have to drive to school. Miss Annie, I want to say thank you for trying to provide a solution. And I know we didn't get everything right, and she's aware of that. What I'm proposing tonight is an opportunity to get it right, to help her structure the parking to where it can be done right so students can be safe. And you may say, that's 400 plus, she's only able to provide 40 or 50. I don't know what the count is. Well, that's 45 extra people that we're helping. I know it wasn't done right before. We talked about that to start tonight at that business. We talked about that business. This is different. This is community safety. Did I say community safety? I'm really concerned. There were many things brought up to why Miss Annie's property is not the right location. Because kids were walking from there to get to school, and they were just going in any direction, driving over the sidewalk. Totally wrong, okay? I think with this UDO change and doing a minor site plan, which is what's going to be required, Miss Annie has an opportunity to limit the egress and ingress, okay? One way in, one way out, not driving over the sidewalk. Not to mention, you already know the work has begun at Blazing Trail and Richardson Road, a signalized crossing. We have an opportunity to keep kids safe. These police officers, I've been there. If you don't provide a solution, they're going to be writing tickets because the kids are going to find a way to get to school. Is it something that we limit the opportunity for kids to get to school safe when we have an opportunity right here in front of us? Miss Annie, you didn't do it right to start with, but you tried to help kids and parents. We're going to help you get it right when we approve this UDO change tonight, because I believe we can. Greater Christian Chapel Church members, you've also provided an opportunity for Apex Friendship High School students with an additional parking area. Thank you. I'm actually saying that on behalf of Wake County Public School System. Thank you. All the parents and students, thank you. We need to work on long-term solutions as well in collaboration with Wake County Public School System. They're quite busy. I just saw current events. They're trying to work on HVAC issues. They're not going to get to the parking anytime soon. What are we going to do? Are we going to wait, keep waiting? We have an opportunity. This is what it could look like. This is conceptual drawing presented by staff. And staff, by the way, is available for questions. They're not making a recommendation, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank you all for researching what could be done. I didn't ask for any options, but they were great. They were so cool. And that's what they do. We have an amazing staff. They research ways to where it could be done based on what I recommended. Because if it would have gone by my recommendation, it wouldn't have been right. I guarantee you that. So thank you for doing it. So what I want to do before I end all of my remarks, I do want to call up a parent, Mr. Allen Stadium, and I want you to present the council tonight how this impacts you and your family.
Allen Stadium, 2005, Brandonton Way, Apex MC. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, neighbors. I'm here tonight to talk about something that's not just about parking. It's about safety, community, and the kind of town we want Apex to be. Across from Apex Friendship High School sits a piece of land owned by Miss Annie, a woman who has lived here for decades, watched this town grow, opened her heart and her property to help our kids. She's not trying to make a fortune. She's not creating a nuisance. She's simply saying, if I can help keep students safe, I want to help. Right now, we have teenagers, our kids, arriving at school early in the morning, circling for spaces, and when they can't find one, parking far away in neighborhoods or along busy roads. They're walking long stretches, some without sidewalks, sometimes in the dark, sometimes in the rain, carrying heavy book bags. Everyone knows that's an accident waiting to happen. And yet, directly across the street is a safe, open, visible place they could park, but your ordinances say no. Now, I fully understand that the lack of parking at Apex Friendship is the result of poor planning on Wake County Public Schools' part. They built a school for thousands of students without giving them enough spaces to get there safely. But here's the truth, the dirty little secret that no one says out loud. We know they're not going to fix it. It's up to us, right here in this room, to protect our kids and our neighborhoods. I've heard people say that driving to school is a privilege, not a right. And under normal circumstances, maybe it is. But it only becomes a true privilege when Wake County Public Schools provides enough bus drivers to handle the added capacity of students who will be forced to rely on a different mode of transportation. When transportation is unreliable or unavailable, driving stops becoming a privilege. It becomes a necessity. That's something we need to address. Allowing students to park on Miss Annie's land protects their safety, it eases neighborhood tensions, and it shows what Apex stands for. Neighbors helping neighbors, looking out for our kids. And let's be honest, these are high school students. In just a few years, they'll be voting, starting careers, maybe even buying homes right here in Apex. What message do we want to send them now? That rules can't change, even when common sense says it should? Or that their town listens, adapts, and cares enough to do the right thing? Miss Annie's property is part of the solution. She's willing, the need is obvious, and the fix is in your hands. I'm asking you on behalf of parents, on behalf of students, and on behalf of one generous woman who just wants to make a difference. Please, make an exception, create a permit, do whatever it takes to allow parking there this school year. Now, I know a couple of you are absolute no's on this council, and that's your position to hold. But I also know there's possibly 3 of you who deep down are willing to vote yes, but will possibly vote no just to object on principle. Don't let this be one of those moments you miss, only to re-clarify your positions later in Facebook chat groups. This is your chance to lead from the front, not just to posture. Let me be clear. I'm asking the council to approve the needed adjustments to allow parking at Miss Annie's property. If we act today, we not only solve a long-standing problem, we set a precedent for doing what's right for the people. Let's keep our kids safe, let's ease the strain on our neighborhoods, and let's show that in Apex, compassion still counts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stadium. So the requested action, discussion and possible motion to initiate an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance related to student parking in residential areas. I do want to add, Mr. Pittman said I could do this. He's a principal at Apex Friendship High School. He sent me a text right before the meeting. Good luck with the parking proposal tonight, sir. I appreciate you advocating for our kids at Apex Friendship High School. He understands the need. He knows the hardship. Again, I want to say, take me out of it and take care of the kids. Thank you.
All right, I'll go first. So first, I want to acknowledge the parking issues around Apex Friendship High School. Clearly, there is a need. That need is currently being served in ways both, by design, some by opportunity, some by good willing people. There is also, you know, and the needs are stated, right? It's not just the sheer volume, it's kind of the use cases that we're talking about, right? People that cannot rely on transportation because of before and after school activities that they participate in, dual enrollment students that need to leave for wake tech and so forth, right? So I think those are all very valid points. It doesn't take away from the fact that one of the solutions, the solution that we're talking about at Ms. Annie's tonight, is not in line with our current ordinances, right, and the laws of the town. Putting a blanket ordinance change in place to target one specific property, I feel is the incorrect way to go. The alternatives are plenty that we have not yet explored. Number one, parking assignment by the school, right? So short of constructing new spaces, is there a change in the parking assignment? My son had no business winning that lottery and driving to school, even though he took his buddies, even people that were outside of the school bus zone, right? We made him count, or we made it count for him. But reflecting on that, right, there was a perfectly good bus that came to our neighborhood, right? And so had my son not gotten that spot, that parking spot, and it could have gone to a child that needed it, you know, for whatever the reason, right? I think that would have been a much better and fairer allocation method that is not in place right now, right? So we're assuming that the current allocation of parking spaces, seniors get a parking space, and you know the remaining balance is lotteried out amongst the juniors, is you know the only available option there, and I don't think that is the case. There's alternatives, but we need to explore them. Also, this is not exclusively a town of Apex problem to solve, although I appreciate the bias towards action and trying to get something done. You know, the core of the problem is that, you know, there's an issue around the Wake County School that requires Wake County School to contribute to that solution. It's a big property, right? You can't tell me that they cannot find some additional space for additional parking on that property. Now, that might be a longer term solution and we might need to make some accommodations in the interim. Fine, let's have that conversation. Safety is being highlighted here, right? But we're still asking kids to cross Human Olive Road, which is a known accident-prone area. We've had several student car collisions in that area, which has led to a lot of frustration and outrage from the community, rightfully so. Creating a parking space across the street, right, perpetuates or would endorse what I believe is an unsafe situation, right? It's not the safe solution that is out there right now. A traffic light will certainly help, but a traffic light is not there yet. Plus, it's not the long-term solution, right? Even though Ms. Annie right now wants to offer her property for this kind of use, right? A potential future owner might not. So, you know, there's also the longevity of the solution that we need to account for. And then lastly, there are other means within the current laws, rules, and procedures that we have that could be followed here to request a different use for this property. Right now, this is a residential property that we're talking about. Staff has communicated with Ms. Annie. There is the option to file for a rezoning, just like the church just did, filed for a different zoning application, right? And you know that changes the allowable uses of the property. There's also, if you know, in case you know for some reason we want to go for a variance request, there's the Board of Adjustments that can weigh in. But you know, neither of those options have been explored. We're jumping straight to let's change the law to make this happen. And so I feel that we're jumping the gun on this one. Again, I appreciate the bias towards action, trying to get it done. I also, you know, acknowledge the parking constraints that are there, and that you know maybe Ms. Annie's lot is you know part of a temporary solution until we get to the long-term solution. but I cannot support a UDO change without other alternatives that are available and present being explored first.
Thank you for your comments. I don't think you really listened to me.
I listened just fine, so
Hold on,
please,
no,
sorry, you.
I want to go there.
Mhm.
There are many.
Address to explore the option then, because you're asking us to make a UDO change based on information conversations that you say you've had, but you have not shared that information with us.
I'm sharing it tonight.
That is a little too late.
Have you actually had a conversation with Ms. Annie Scott?
No, I have not.
Okay. Next.
That does not make his comments invalid.
Excuse me?
I said that does not make his comments invalid.
I'm not saying it's invalid.
Bang the gavel and yell it.
Yes, I did, because I was talking and I'm running the meeting. So you have the floor.
So every time we have things like this come up in this amount of detail, UDO changes, requests like that, it concerns me greatly when we don't go through the proper channels. It didn't go before planning board. Staff has not had time to completely assess what the implications of this might be. I am super concerned. I heard every single thing that you said. I have high school students as well. I understand the implications of this. I also have gotten the same emails from parents wanting this to happen. I've also gotten emails and messages from people talking about almost hitting kids walking across this street. Kids being, having car wrecks on this piece of property. Kids being hit on this piece of property. From parents letting me know this. So there is a safety issue here that's also being created by this as a solution. I do think that there are other solutions that we could explore for parking here. I agree there have been solutions that have been offered, including rezoning changes, coming into the town so that there's actually abilities to work with the town more on this. Those options have been given and they have not been taken. So the last time we went through this, those were the options given. I cannot support this, knowing that it has skipped through the processes that we as a town normally employ.
Can you clarify skipping the process? Because the motion is to initiate an amendment to the unified orders, like to take the route to explore. That's the motion.
So this is a detailed ordinance that's been presented to us to approve.
No. To consider. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is this moves it to a process that will go through the route. Am I mistaken on that, Ms. Ken?
No, the UDO allows an applicant, the town council, or the planning director to initiate a UDO amendment. So I believe you are asking the town council to do the initiation.
I would say that if we're going to initiate any process, this needs to go through the proper channels of going to the planning board, having public hearings, all the above before this is considered.
Which is what I want.
This is the wrong process. This is a UDO change which applies to the entire town. We don't even know how many properties, hundreds of them. We have a process which applies to a single property, which allows staff to work with that property, the applicant, the owner, to work on solving the issues that we've heard about. And I'm not sure how much context everyone has. We've heard a lot of issues, safety concerns. Those can be worked through the process of a rezoning. The rezoning is the answer here. You rezone, you apply the standards, you solve the issues, and you come on the other end. I don't know why rezoning hasn't been applied for. I know staff has repeatedly suggested it and requested it. Every time there's been an enforcement action, the message has been, hey, this isn't compliant with your zoning. You need to rezone. Here's how you do it. That's the way forward.
She may not have the resources and will to do that. It's easier to say those things when you're not directly impacted.
I'll chime in. I'm a hard no, and it's not because of you. It's because I think it's bad policy to park in these residential areas. I think it's a nuisance. I live behind somebody who it's abandoned cars and parked cars there, and I hate it. I hate it. And the part about the rezoning, we did this in 2018-19, and I thought it was resolved. So when I was hearing it was happening again, I was furious because I was like, there was a chance to have the possible resolution not undertaken, and now we have it again. And I'm just mad. I'm mad about that. So why would I do this now? It makes no sense to me.
Things change all the time, bro.
Not if I'm. Why would I reward and like change a thing when I'm mad about what's happening?
I'm saying laws change all the time. That's my point.
Well, I don't want to change it. I'm not going to because I'm a hard no.
Well, we'll bring it back after November.
Can I ask the unusual stuff? I know Miss Annie's been here the entire evening. We're late. If she has anything she would like to say, I'd like to be able to hear it.
Good evening, everybody.
Ma'am, would you please come up to the microphone? That way we can make sure we have this on the record.
Good evening, Mayor, and everybody that's in here. 2015, when I started parking students in my yard, no one said anything. 2016 is when they start complaining, okay? I came to the town and I asked a question. Parents be calling me, asking me for their kids to park because there's nowhere to park. So I allow the kids to park in my yard. I really don't see what the problem is. Somebody spoke and said wrecks. I've been letting kids park in my yard ever since 2015. I haven't had a fender bender nor a wreck. You know where the wrecks are? Over at the school where the kids are coming out. There's never been a wreck at 808 Hume Olive Road. All the wrecks is crossed over at the school. You know why? Because when the kids are leaving in the afternoon, and Scott is out there directing them when to pull out. In the morning when they come, I help them park. So I don't understand really what the issue is. Parents calling me, asking me, Apex is the one built the school with not enough parking. Every day my phone rings, somebody wants to park their kids. Every day. And when they start parking this year on the side road, so many kids got tickets. It was during the finals, 5 different students came to me. Miss Anna, can I please park? I got a test. They had already got tickets on Blazing Trail. So I allowed them just to come in there and park to keep them from getting another ticket so that they could go to school, do their whatever they had to do. But as far as safety, 808 Hume Olive Road is safe. There has not been no wrecks. Somebody said somebody been calling them, telling them, show me the proof. Because there's not been any wrecks at 808 Hume Olive Road. The wrecks is at Apex Friendship High, Richardson Road. Every time you turn around, it's a wreck at Richardson. That's not Annie Scott's house. And not even a parking lot. And you go down where you have the officers. If they don't have an officer there, there's a fender bender. Wrecks been all up and down the road, but nothing haven't wrecked at 808 Hume Olive Road. I strive on safety with those kids. I don't see really what the problem is. I really don't. It's helping somebody's kid get to school, get to work, or get to Wake Tech. If y'all had kids that needed to go to school, y'all be asking me for a parking space. But you see, none of y'all on this board don't have nobody at Apex Friendship High. So that's why you're not calling me. But I guarantee you, if you had somebody at Apex Friendship High, you'll be saying, Miss Annie, can I get a park? Give me a break. Give me a break. If you want me to put gravel in my yard, I can do that. I'm out there every day for safety. Every day. Not one, but every day. So I really don't see what the problem is. Do any of y'all live on Hemi Olive? Do any of y'all drive your kids to school on Hemi Olive? So before you point your finger, before you harden your heart, just remember, there's a high power. And that's all Annie Scott got to say. Do y'all have something for me?
Actually, ma'am, I did have one question. I'm sorry. Miss Annie.
Okay.
Apologize. I appreciate that. I appreciate your comment. Partially, wanted to make sure you had a chance to be heard because you've been here all night, and we're getting in 11 o'clock. And if we're going to be talking about you, you might as well have a chance to have a little bit of say.
Okay.
I'm not familiar. My kid goes to Apex, so how much do you charge for parking?
It depends. If you start at the beginning of the year, I'll charge them $300. If they come like after school started, then I break it all the way down. It's just like when you go buy something, if you don't get it, you prorate.
Right. Little prorate. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so 300 and then down depending on who
Right.
comes in at the time. Okay. And how many students do you typically get in there?
Most of the time I have anywhere from 46 to, at the end of this school year, I had probably 52 kids there because I allowed the ones that was getting tickets on the side to come in there and they park for free.
The 52, but not all 52 are paying the money.
No.
How many of the spots are you charging for regularly?
Probably maybe 20 or 25.
And how many spots would you say you have on your property that you can ultimately get in there without it being too tight? Or
52. Okay. And it's not like I'm getting tax-free money because I pay taxes.
I understand. I understand. Okay. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions, ma'am. I do.
Okay.
Guys, I did want to say one statement. I had a feeling somewhat this was how this was going to go. This is kind of why I wrote it into my speech. I was hoping to touch a nerve with 3 of you because I knew that 2 of you would be a hard no. I will tell you, we're missing an opportunity here. And it sounds like from Mr. Zagerman, Ms. Killingsworth, and Mr. Mahaffey, are we against the idea of her parking there, or are we just been out of shape that it went a different process than one you controlled?
That's a great question, and let me answer that because I think it's important. The process that I'm describing would make and require improvements to the property that would address the complaints we're receiving.
Okay.
And I hope I saw some looks and stares earlier. People may be under the impression we're making up the complaints we're receiving. We are not. And we want to see these issues addressed. The rezoning process is the way to address that. And the mayor alluded to some of it earlier. And if it can go through that process and they can be addressed, gravel's part of it. I think curb stops are another part. Capacity is a big part. The rezoning process is the way to do that. It would only apply to one property. The problem with this proposal is it applies to the entire town.
No, it don't. It's ETJ. And also the proposed option 2, it talks about what she would need to do as far as percentage of the parking lot.
I found that insufficient. It mentioned gravel, and that's part of it, and that addresses some of the issues, but it's more than just gravel.
Let me address the accent part. So this is no different. Let's go back to Apex High School. A kid leaves for lunch or they leave school. When they cross over Lower Duncan and 64, it is not Apex High School's responsibility. Same issue with that lot. It's not her responsibility how kids behave. Has nothing to do with her. It's not her responsibility.
Plus, when you start talking about people crossing the road, by that token, we should tell everyone that lives in Bella Casa to quit walking to school. And that's about as ridiculous as that gets. I would also say, Mr. Gann, I know you're a hard no because you thought the situation had been settled. Apex Meme Wars, I don't know if you watched that or take a look at that, but they had probably one of the greatest memes for today. And you guys all moved here. I'm a 5-generation North Carolinian. You guys all moved here because of the charm. Don't change it. This is a great, great area. In 2018, that UDO should have never been changed. And that's what we're writing, is that wrong, plus the safety. And so that's what we're looking at here, guys. I'd ask for y'all to reconsider. And if nothing else, let's grant a temporary reprieve to Miss Annie while she goes through those other processes. I'm in the building business. I'm more than happy to help her with whatever upgrades she may need. But let's do something right for the town, and let's do something right for the people. And let's grant something temporary, give her 90 days, 180 days to let's get this up to snuff. It does seem fair enough, I would think.
So going back to your earlier question, I think Councilmember Mahaffey answered that, and I would second that, right? There is a way of doing this that is established, right? And it's not jumping straight to modifying the laws of the town, right? The recommendation from staff, I think what you're hearing, the recommendation from council is that a rezoning request is filed, that process is followed, that make sure that, you know, the public has a say in the matter through public hearings. It goes through all the reviews, checks and balances within town staff, including the planning board, right? That is the process that is recommended. I don't think, or at least I have not heard anybody say, you know, there shall not be any cars parked on Miss Annie's lot, right? It's the method that is being presented to us tonight that I think myself and my colleagues here are objecting to. So, you know, do we need to put a time frame on there? Like, can we put a time frame on there? I don't know. Like, I'm not prepared in the moment to make that decision right now. You know, I would defer back to staff on that, right, and let them make a recommendation as to what we can do while the zoning request is in flight.
So school starts in a couple of weeks. What can the kids do? They can still park there? Is that what I heard?
No.
No. So 0 resolution, we just move on.
I'm gonna bring it back next council meeting. The same UDO.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk, make a note. I want this back on the next council meeting agenda. All right, motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is it on? It is running. All right, meeting's adjourned.